Assalamu alaikum everyone. Welcome to Stani Army Watchalong Day 3. The first test between Pakistan and South Africa. I'm your host Kal, and joining me today we have Holkistan, Dr. Akbar, and Shazib. Assalamu alaikum everyone.
Walaikum salam.
So, welcome everyone.
Walaikum salam. How are we doing, everyone? How are things?
Yeah, alhamdulillah, good.
Well, I hope that everyone's a lot happier than they were yesterday. I told you lot that I told you lot, yeah, that we shouldn't stress so much. We've been here many times before, 20 for 3, 30 for 3, etc. Experts at this.
So close of play yesterday, day 2 was 308 for 8. What do you guys think? Are we happy with that score? Doc, I'll ask you that question.
Yeah, considering where we were at the start of play, when you're 33 for 4, I think most people thought as long as if we're batting at the end of the day, we're okay. Kind of doesn't really matter where we are at the end of the day, as long as we're still still there. And so to be 8 down, and we've already got 4 runs off the first 2 balls here, so we're up to 312 for 8. We're ahead. I don't think it's not like a match-changing lead, but you've got to be happy with where we are at the moment. So yeah, pretty satisfied with yesterday. And I think a lot of credit should go to Azhar. Obviously, Fawad will get all the headlines for the 100. But I thought Azhar was brilliant yesterday, and obviously Fahim and Rizwan as well. But yeah, no, really good day yesterday. Really good day of cricket.
Yeah, and Fawad, he did really well. You think about it. After all the chances he's had, obviously he's proven. Obviously there was his home ground, so he's done really well. I think he's the main one who made me rescued him. At the score he was on day 1. What was it? 34 for 4 was it?
Yeah.
To recover to the stage what we got to, I think we did really well. Kamal, what do you think about Fawad Alam, his inclusion into the team? Obviously he's justified it by at least getting us out of a deep hole yesterday.
Yeah.
A lot of people thinking he got a chance. He should have got a chance, and earlier, maybe 10 years, a bit too late.
Yeah, I think that a lot of people are starting to focus on the fact that he's been out for just personalities hitting. Is that going to be a 4? Yeah, it's beautiful 4 there. Yeah, hope he gets in the. Remember what he did in the trophy final here a little while ago and stuff, where he got around the century and stuff. Hope he does something like that. I think that Fawad Alam has been brilliant. Yeah, and I think that one of the great things about him is that he hasn't said anything. He hasn't whinged or moaned anything. The fact that he didn't get picked for 10 years, whether he should have or he shouldn't have, it's so easy for someone to start moaning. Because if you have a look at the I hate to say the word, have a look at the culture in our team about this, but there's such a standard that over the years, if someone doesn't get picked, then they just go complain to the media. They go through one of their friends in the media, and then they just start whinging about, I should get picked. But for him to actually come out and just say that he's focusing on his performances domestic year after year, and now he's in the team as well, and in the since he was brought back into the team last summer, that he's actually made a couple of centuries in tough circumstances as well, over in New Zealand and over in Karachi as well, when he's coming at a difficult time. He just shows the character of the guy, that he just wants to go on. So I think that he's a great find for the team. But got hit a little bit there. I think there's going to be a bit of switching music here as well for Hassan Ali. Yeah, it's he's done great. I hope that he stays in the team. Carries on getting the runs, and everyone that says that his stance is too ugly because of that he shouldn't be in the team. It's like, I don't really care how he bats, man. I don't care if he does somersaults while he's batting. The only thing that matters is the runs that he scores. Full stop. If you want him to look like a textbook shots when he's playing, go read a textbook. Go watch YouTube. Because if it was like that, Steve Smith wouldn't be in the team. Chandapal wouldn't have been in the team. All that matters is the runs that you get at the end of the day. Full stop.
Yeah, without a doubt. So we've got a lead of 96 runs at the moment. What would you guys be happy with Pakistan getting a lead of? with these last 2 wickets in hand? I'll put that question to Shazib yourself.
Just get most as possible, I guess. Hopefully about 120, 130. It depends on Hassan Ali, to be honest with you. Oh, that's Vegetator's gone for 4, I think. Yeah, that's good. I think I've seen a few stories that Numan Ali can apparently bat as well, but time will tell on that. But I know the Hassan Ali can hit a few boundaries. So I'm hoping he can hit it to like 120, 130. More the merrier, I guess. And he just has to keep going. 2 more wickets, so whatever we get, we'll be happy with.
I think sometimes, you know, when we're in a situation like this, you feel like you just want these to just tee off and just take chances and whatever happens, happens. I don't think we should do that. And I was thinking about this before. I was thinking last night, let's just go for boundaries. There's so much time left in this game. I want these two to bat properly. Obviously, put the bad balls away if you can. But, instead of just kind of hitting one straight up in the air, if we can edge a few more, as we are doing, that would be nice. But instead of just hitting all straight one up in the air and 115 lead is enough. Let's bat for an hour. Let's eke out as many as we can, because we have lost so many games. It feels like anyway we've lost so many games by a couple of wickets or 10 runs or 15 runs in the past few years. You don't know how important 5 runs that we don't get this morning might end up being when we're chasing 135 on day 4 or day 5. So just eke out as many as we can, bat properly. Even if it's quite dull for the next hour or so, if we just eke that lead up to 125, 130, 135, 140, then we're in a brilliant position. And then it is a match-changing lead. 90-something is not a match-changing lead, but 135 probably is. Sorry, Cal.
We've got a lead of 101 now. So I personally think we can get a lead of at least another 50 more runs. At least we get to like 150. Bear in mind, Hassan Ali's just come back from a game where he made a century as well. From a losing stage of the game, and he came out and he just smashed the ball all over the place. So he's no more with the bat. He can bat. Obviously, Noman, first time watching him. The other thing is, as much to take time out of the game now, it's mentally he's gonna play on South Africa's their game. As long as we can keep them there for as long as we can, it's going to obviously wear them down, so that's even better for us. Even if they're not scoring, if they keep them there as much as they can in the, out there in the crease, I think that's going to be in our favour.
Yeah, we've got another test match, haven't we? We've got another test match next Thursday. So if you can get as many, see, he's just scored. So this is what I mean. It's not. I don't agree with that. It's not about having a laugh and just trying to smack everything for 6 morning.
Yeah.
He's been bowled by Rabada and we're 9 down.
Yeah. I think he was lucky the day ball before as well.
Yeah.
During the wicket as well, Rabada.
Oh, yeah,
yeah.
Good player. Excellent bowler as well.
Look at his average as well, under 23.
Very young as well, still as well. Not a lot of time to come.
But are you with me, guys? I don't want to, obviously, look, we're 100 ahead, so I don't want to be all pessimistic. But don't you just think we just use your brain a little bit and think of the bigger picture? Think of the test match that starts next Thursday and put some miles in Rabada's legs and Gidi's legs and annoy Maharaj because he can't get any wickets. And just, that's soft. I just think that's soft cricket, that is.
Yeah, it's the start of the day. As you said, there's so much time left in the game. We don't need to get, like a quick fire 60, 70. But, you don't need to swing for every ball. Okay, we only had 2 wickets left there, but so you're not going to expect to play yourself in, like block every single ball, but show some bit of intent. But yeah, there's no need to swing. And I think he did this yesterday towards the end of the play as well, that he skied a few balls as well that fell in the outfield. And he was lucky that he wasn't caught. So I don't know. I mean, but look at it now. We have a Test centurion coming in.
And we've got them coming in at our Fortress Karachi, as Adam mentioned in the comments. Obviously, we've only lost. Shaz, is it 2 games we've only lost at Karachi? I think 1 to England. I think back in 2000 or something, and then I think also to South Africa, maybe.
Yeah, it was 2 games. To South Africa and England, I think it was.
Yeah.
But I said, man, if you can get, I don't know, last wicket, any extra runs will hurt South Africa. So let's see what week he can do, man.
Yeah.
Capable with the bat, though, definitely Yasser Shah. We've seen him before. As Hulk said, centering, walking out.
Yeah, there's been a tendency recently for him to. I just think of every Yasser Shah dismissed as being caught first slip, second slip recently, and he's brought the drive out ball one. So yeah, I mean, look, obviously we are in a position of ascendancy. We're ahead in this game, but when you're ahead, you know, if you look at all the good teams and all the best teams, you know, when you're on top of a team, you kind of foot on the throat and keep them there, and you know, really kind of wear them down. South Africa would not have wanted to bowl for an hour and a half, and who knows, maybe these two are going to bat for the next hour and a half, and you know, I'll look silly with moaning, but I just think you need to, you know, when you've got a team doing what they don't want to do. South Africa don't want to bowl for an hour this morning, and we had the chance to maybe just keep them out there a touch longer, but I don't know. But just maybe that's just me. Yeah.
Look at the shot.
So we've got a comment from Umar. Useful runs by Hassan and Noman. It would have been if Hassan stayed, but yeah. Let's see how Noman does now.
Yeah, I mean, the 21 that Hassan got is, well, didn't Rabada get 20, was it 25 that Rabada got at the end of their innings on day one, I think?
Yeah, it was.
So every little run count, and like I say, you know, at the moment, the difference, a lead of 103 and the lead of 108 doesn't seem like there's, you know, what's the difference? It doesn't matter. But I tell you, when we're chasing this fourth innings target, and we're 9 wickets down and we need another 5 runs, God forbid it comes down to that, we're going to think, God, why didn't Hassan stick around for a bit longer on that morning? I just, you know, we've all got the scars. We've all been here too long. We've all seen too many close Pakistan defeats to know that every single run is going to count in the end.
Yeah, because we're already in day 3. And
oh, yeah. We take those.
I love that.
Yeah,
that's like the third or fourth edge so far this morning, isn't it?
Yep.
Yeah, we're not bothered. As long as they go for 4 runs, we'll take as many as come. But yeah, I think the commentators were saying yesterday, day 2 and day 3 are the best days for batting. So we really need to take as much as we can out of the day today, so they can get the less amount of time to bat today. Because then obviously come day 4 and 5, it's going to be obviously more difficult to bat, and then obviously we can score. We want to chase as many as well.
There was a graphic up on the screen which was showing the at least a couple there. There's a graphic up on the screen about a minute or so ago that showed the youngest to 200 wickets in Test, and Rabada is actually coming fourth with 25 years and 248 days. But you've got right at the top of the tree, Waqar Yunus, 200 wickets of 38 game matches. 24 years and 26 days. 38 matches was the least amount of matches in that table as well. You know, it just shows the significance of what he achieved in his career. So for anyone listening, you know, that lived through the 90s and watched cricket, yeah, those were the brilliant heydays.
Absolutely. Yeah, and that's the thing, and that's what we've been trying to recreate that, haven't we, for years and years, and have bowlers like, you know, Wasim and Waqar, but they were once in a generation, maybe once in a kind of lifetime type bowler. Shazib, I think you're relatively new to kind of this for us guys. When just are you a 20s guy, a 30s guy? I can't tell, I'm afraid. So I'm gonna. How far back do you go with watching Pakistan and stuff like that?
Yeah, I'm only 23, so in the 90s era, it's my dad just been telling me his knowledge passed on. And I first got into it when he took me to in 2010 when Birmingham, Australia happened in Edgbaston. I'm from Birmingham, right? And he took me to those games, and since then it's been all cricket for me. I went to those Pakistan games, and you know how Pakistan games are like, the atmosphere, and we won those games as well. They were 2 close games, and
it was like the 2 in 2 days, wasn't it?
Yeah. When half of Edgbaston was knocked off.
I remember that.
I was like, where am I? What's happened here? But yeah, I went to those games, and it was football for me until then. And then once I went to those games, it was just all cricket for me. Like I just kept asking my dad questions, who's this, who's that, who are the best players, and slowly fell in love with it. And here we are now, man.
That's
You know what?
similar.
That's one way to make you feel old. My dad was telling me about the 90s.
I don't know, for
That's
some
crazy.
reason, mine's a similar story. Like obviously when I was younger, it was my dad who obviously took me to a few games, and he used to be really interested in cricket. Even now he's not too much of watching the game, but just asking me, how's the score going this time, the other. But he used to be really into the cricket, and obviously then I caught it up from there when I was young, and then that's how it,
Yeah, it's one of
came
those
to me.
things, isn't it? Do you just pass it on? You pass it on through the generation. There's an LBW shout here, but I don't think it's going to be given, and they've lost all their reviews anyway. There was a comment yesterday, wasn't there, about, I think it was from Adam, who's I think he's commented this morning as well, but about passing it on, kind of, in the years to come, in the generations to come. Do we think there are going to be kind of more England, British Pakistanis or people with British Pakistani background, more likely to be kind of England fans as opposed to Pakistan fans, which I think probably will happen and is quite understandable, but. Certainly, I think for our generation and Shazeb's generation and what have you, obviously there's a strong influence, isn't there, of supporting Pakistan as your team. Obviously, taking an interest in England, and there's nothing wrong with that, absolutely. But Pakistan being another LBW shout. This one's pitched outside the leg, I think. But yeah. What are we happy chasing? There's a comment from Umar, I think, about we don't want to chase any more than 150. Cal, what are you happy chasing and what are you not happy chasing?
Yeah, FF 150 is one of them scores. Obviously, on day 5, you want to be chasing as low as possible, really. So obviously, it's really important to. If we don't want to be chasing more than 150, we need to get at least a 150 lead minimum, I think. Especially if they get to bat today, because obviously today is a batting day, like the commentators were saying. So I think 150 might be okay. Anything above that, I think we'll be struggling. Even 150 might be, hard work, but we might get there eventually, I think. But anything above that might be a bit too much, I think, for the last day, especially batting fourth.
With Pakistan chasing as well, you just don't know what to expect. That's the most interesting thing about us. So keeping that chasing below 150, I'd be happy with. But over that, I would be so scared. And with us chasing, like I said, you don't know what to expect, man.
Shazeb, you're so young. For you, it's still interesting. For us, it's like memories of trauma.
I understand. Yeah.
They're going to be coming back when we're this low score. Does anyone think it's like something ridiculous might happen and we might just bowl them out for like 90 or something crazy? Like England Sri Lanka recently, where the third innings Sri Lanka just completely folded. Can anyone see that happening, or are we thinking South Africa are too good for that? They're not gonna give this game up today, for example.
The thing is that when we were 30 odd for 4 yesterday, or at the end of the first day's play, our confidence was down, wasn't it? And now because we've got over 300, we're going to get over a 100-run lead. Our confidence is up. So you're hoping that when our opening bowlers come out, they come out with their shoulders back, chest out, and they've got that kind of oomph in them as well. So that with the shiny ball in the first 10-15 overs, the chances go our way, and you never know. Like you say, the South Africa could collapse. They could just fall through. A bit of a high ball there.
It's a no ball, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a no ball. Yeah, you just never know that they might just fall over. I mean, I'm hoping that we only have to bat once, so we don't have to go through the emotional trauma of having to bat second. Because even if you have to chase a score of 70 or 70, 80, you just know that Pakistan are going to make hard work of it, really.
So we got another comment here from Adam. What's the difference between northern Pakistan fans and southern ones? What do you think, guys?
Is that? It sounds like, is that the opening line of a joke, or is that? I can't. What's the difference between I don't know how to answer that. I don't know. I don't know if that's a joke. Adam, or is that kind of geographically? Because
So comment from Faisal. Guys, what do you think? Why there's so many pitches? Looks horrible. Should have should have one or two also no grass in that area.
Does Fessel mean as in just have completely like flat, nothing happening, 500 kind of pitches, which is kind of what Pakistan pitches have been at points in the past.
Yeah.
I can think of quite a few home series that we've had over the years where nothing happens till the third innings. It probably would play to our strengths, but I don't know if it would help us in the long term just to produce completely flat pitches where nothing happens at all. I'm not sure about
that. Salaam Kamimi, 110 lead, another 20 more would be great. Yeah, definitely. 1996 World Cup was when I got into cricket. And we won that infamous quarterfinal versus India.
Yeah, 96 was that. Again, possibly slightly just another boundary.
Yes.
We'll have that.
What's that? 117.
Yeah, we've got 117 lead now. So yeah, 96 was the World Cup where we had a brilliant team on paper, but obviously the rule is when we play India in the World Cup, we have to lose, don't we? And obviously we lost in that quarterfinal in Bangalore. Well, we should never have lost that because we were 100 odd for one, chasing 290. Back in the day where 290 odd was never chased, but we actually were making a really good fist of it.
Adam saying earliest memory of watching Pakistan was 2009 World Cup. Without a doubt, that was in the UK. I'm sure he's on about the World 2020.
Yeah, so this is the thing, isn't it? So by 2009, I think some of us had already like retired about 4 times and say, right, never again. This team, this will be the death of me. But it's not a bad first memory, is it? Pretty successful first memory. I mean, my first memory is the '92 World Cup. So it's amazing, isn't it? I think when you're growing up and your first experience of cricket is a positive one, obviously you're going to my first memory of cricket is Pakistan winning the World Cup. My parents listening to it on the radio. So obviously you're going to just, I think I'll have some of this if we win the World Cup every time. Obviously never happened again in 50 over cricket, but yeah, I think if your first memory is good and a positive one, Shazeb, you were talking about your first memory being those 2 amazing T20s that we win against Australia at Edgbaston. It's brilliant atmosphere and stuff. How can you not then be hooked after that, I guess?
Exactly, yeah. When I first went there, it's crazy how I just clicked on. Like, before I went to the game, I was thinking, yeah, cricket game. I've seen my dad watching it a few times. But as soon as I went there, I'm like, Dad, why have you not told me about this? This is amazing. You know what I mean? Literally, that's what I said to him. And them games, like you said, were 2 close games. Oh, yes.
Taking
I think I should go for 4.
He's going for his second century. You just know it.
I think the good thing what you did was, Shazeb, you went to a game itself. Because watching it from home and watching it in a ground is a different experience.
100%.
So that was a very good thing I think you did. Maybe watching it from home, I don't think you would have maybe gone into it as much as you more get interested when you go to the ground itself.
All I can say with that, Shazeb, is that it's a good job you didn't go to Lord's.
Yeah, I think Edgbaston is the best place you could have gone to. The atmosphere there just be unbelievable. I've been to
it is, yeah.
Maybe 2 or 3 games there at least.
Oh, don't get run out. Oh, okay.
Yeah, the atmosphere there, especially I remember the World Cup game we had against New Zealand there.
Yeah.
It was just unbelievable.
Best atmosphere, in my opinion, in the World Cup, that game. Might be biased, but for me, it definitely was, man.
No, it definitely was. I'm sure it was, I don't know, Gumbel was there. But I don't know about Doc. Were you there at that game?
Yeah, no, I was there, and it was brilliant. Yeah, best atmosphere. One of the best atmospheres I've ever been in watching Pakistan.
Yeah.
I can't wait till you get to Adam's latest comment. I love you, Adam. Yeah, I'm an MCC member.
So we got a comment here from Anik. 130-ish lead would be ideal going into the second session. What you reckon, lads? Well, we've already got 122, so we're not far off. I think we should aim for more than that now. What do you guys think?
Yeah. Carry on.
No, go on, Shazeb.
Yeah, the thing is, it's the last wicket and it could fall any minute because they're bowlers. So we just gotta take it over by over and get as much money runs as possible. hopefully a bit more edges coming through for both these batsmen. But yeah, carry on, Hulk.
I was going to say that, we want to end up with, just growing that lead as much as possible. I think the psychological thing is that it's over 100. So that's straight away going to be in South Africa's mind. And, we're almost at half an hour's play. And you can guarantee that South Africa were hoping to wrap this up within 5-10 minutes, really, two tail enders, especially when they got Hassan Ali out within the first 5-10 minutes. They didn't think that our Test Centurion was going to stay. He's middling it though, isn't he?
Beautiful.
And also, again, another reason to stay out there as long as possible is that actually, although stats-wise the pitch is doing more and it's more uneven bounce, I haven't seen anything this morning that would cause anyone trouble. The pitch looks pretty flat. So my kind of 90 all out dream is probably not going to happen because it doesn't seem too difficult to bat on. So cash in and get a bigger lead as possible because, as I say, I don't think it's going to be easy bowling South Africa out. Just based on this 25 minutes so far, this track looks pretty to use the Ramiz Raja phrase, it's pretty docile. So it's not it's not doing a heck of a lot.
Yeah. Just would you call it going on? You know what you said, Doc, about the '92 World Cup was your first memory.
Yes.
Mine was that as well. My first game was the Pakistan West Indies when Brian Lara batted. He got 80 odd not out. He retired injured, but we lost that game by 10 wickets. And I remember staying up in the middle of the night to watch that. So it started with a bit of heartache, but we ended up winning with Imran lifting the cup. So Adam, I think the Hulk secretly loves Lords. The thing is, that so when Shazib said that the first games that he went to, there was just that massive atmosphere at Edgbaston in Birmingham. For me, if I want to actually watch the game, if I see what's going on, the best way to do that is to stay at home. When you got the replays, the commentators, etc. But when you go to the ground, for me, it's all about the atmosphere that you make there. All about that camaraderie. The opposition fans, the banter, seeing your own fans, breaking the atmosphere, just getting the crowd singing, chanting, etc. Whereas at Lords, for example, I think we were discussing it yesterday. You can't even take flags, or if you can, they have to be a certain dimension or something, which is fairly small. You can't take no horns, no fancy dress. And then when we went there in 2019 for the South Africa World Cup game, I remember the steward saying at that point that I've never seen
boundary. Yeah.
He said, I've never seen Lords like this before, with the crowd this kind of, where the stand was literally rocking and jumping and bumping, and Cass, the Paxican who plays the doll for us, we actually got the whole of Lords doing a Mexican wave. And Lords actually tweeted about that, saying that, this must be like the first time, or it's very rare to actually get a Mexican wave here at Lords. But you could see that when the Mexican wave actually went around, when it got to the pavilion, it just died. and then you'd wait, right? And then you'd wait like 1 second, and then next to the pavilion, the stand would pick it up again. But the pavilion never did it. And even to the two stands to the right and left of the pavilion, it kind of died down a little bit there. It just shows that the level of the crowd there really
you rarely get that. Like you say, you rarely get those kind of atmospheres unless it's like the odd TV. The best, if you speak to people who go to Lords regularly, they'll say the best atmospheres at Lords are when they have their kind of Friday night, Thursday night T20 games, and it's like Surrey, Middlesex, and you've got a very kind of a younger crowd. But even then, obviously, and the point here that Adam makes about alcohol, again, I think I think even the kind of the point of those evenings for a lot of lads going to and ladies going to the cricket is have a drink, have a laugh, and so it's a good atmosphere, as it were. But it's not that passionate, fervent cricket atmosphere that it was for Pakistan, South Africa, and Pakistan, Bangladesh. I think for the two group games that we had at Lords.
Sorry, just a quick point on that, Doc. My first game ever at Lords was a T20 Blast game on a Friday night. I think it was actually Surrey versus Middlesex, where I saw Sangakkara play.
Yeah.
And most of the crowd they weren't even watching the cricket. They didn't even care about it. So it was. Yeah. It was I mean, it was the first neutral game that I'd ever been to, really. But you can't even join in with a group of fans who are behind a certain team because no one really cared. It was just there as a Friday night out, basically. So stick to Pakistan games.
Go to a game like that. If you go to the game, you got to be watching the game.
Yeah.
The game or just
I mean, I think probably we follow, and Shazab, you said you're a football fan as well, so big Man United fan here, so also very much into football. I think we follow cricket probably how English people follow, or kind of, England fans follow football, as it were. We don't go to a Pakistan game to, we kind of half watch the cricket and just have a bit of a laugh, and the result doesn't matter, like how a lot of England fans go to their cricket matches. We go how England go to their football matches, which is absolutely watch every minute, passionate, fervent fans. Is that kind of your experience as well?
Yeah, 100%, exactly the same. And I'm just hopefully like this year, them games I've gone on, got the tickets. I just want to go back because I feel like I'm hungry to go again. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I'm just tired of watching it at home. I just want to go to the grounds and have fun, and hopefully see you guys there as well.
Yes, absolutely. Adam has just clarified in the comments that he meant geographically the difference between northern and southern Pakistan fans. I don't know if this means a good question, but I don't. I'm not seeing much difference. I mean, I'm based in the south. I've been to games in the north. I've been to games in the south. Generally, the better atmospheres are up in the north because you've probably got more kind of Pakistani communities in the north, and they find it a bit more easy, obviously, to go to games in the north, and the southern fans will go to the games in the south. So maybe, I don't want to put anyone out, but maybe they're a bit more passionate in the north.
I think we're a bit more jungly in it. On the they're a bit more professional.
I didn't say that.
I can say it. I'm from Northern, so I can say it.
Northerners aren't the prawn sandwich brigade, are they? Basically,
yeah. South is more professionalism, more professionalism.
Hey, we've got to pay those bills for Lords, haven't we? They're building some new stands.
No, I got a question for you, Doc. Would you class Brummies as Northerners or?
So we spoke about this yesterday, and
did you? Okay.
I wasn't accepting because we had Atif Nawaz on yesterday, and I wasn't accepting Brummies as Southern. So for you lads in the north, with no offence, obviously I love Birmingham. I've been to Edgbaston loads, but yeah, they're not Southerners. I don't know what they are, but they can be Northerners or they can be between the two.
What would you class yourself, Shazib?
I don't know. I've never ever called myself a Northern or a Southern. I just call myself a Brummie. Like, for us, it's a bit of a weird one, isn't it? You can't really class yourself as a Northern or Southern. But as Doc said, I think there are more junglies, if that's how you want to put it. But yeah,
to be honest with you, yeah, anybody, I've realized this in the past as well, from anybody from the south, like London side, Luton, Watford, Hartford, that side, yeah, they always call anybody from the other side Northerners. Is that true, Doc? Obviously.
Yeah, well, there's that phrase, isn't it? Anything north of the Watford Gap, which is obviously on the A1, M1, sorry, going up. Yeah, we just class that as the north, really. So. Yeah, we're quite, but that's, we won't get into the whole north-south thing, but we, Southerners can be a bit dismissive sometimes, can't we, of things that we don't know about. So, there's a comment from Adam saying that in Dover they don't consider London the south. That's great. There you go. It's a taste of my own medicine there.
So another comment here, Doc. Do you support segregated seating in cricket like football? This will stop one group of fans taking all the tickets. What do you think, Doc?
I mean, Hulk, as someone who takes great pride in trying to build an atmosphere and stuff, don't you think it would be a lot easier to build a more partisan Pakistan atmosphere if we had all of our fans kind of in one area, even if there wasn't that many of us, but if we were all sitting together, it would make it easier to build an atmosphere than if we're kind of dotted around a few families here and there.
It would. I mean, that's one of the problems that we face every time we go in to get tickets is, I get my tickets, you'll get your tickets, and then we'll try which stand have you got them in. So try and get them roughly in the same stand. You might not get in the similar rows, or can one person buy 10 tickets and we'll dish them out between us. So there's always that problem. I just think that if you had the ground split like half and half, or whatever they're doing, how they're doing football, like a half Pakistan, half England, I think you'd lose some of the banter between the crowds. Yeah, it'd be brilliant because you saw all amongst Pakistan fans, but you'd lose a lot of the banter. So like over the years, I've loved some of the banter with like the English fans, West Indian fans, Sri Lankans, etc. And I think that it brings a different there's a family atmosphere to it. I think if it's completely partisan, I don't know if it's going to give rise to that hooliganism factor, kind of like it's an us and them kind of thing, where you want it you want everyone to kind of mingle together. I mean, saying that, it's one of the things that I always try and avoid is obviously sitting amongst fans who are going to be drinking alcohol, because when you're jumping up and down and stuff, that's the last thing that you want to have even accidentally spilled on you. But I mean, I think just like the point that whoa, that was a beautiful shot. That was
for one.
meditated brilliantly. Uppercut that was. But so Adam's point is that it'll stop one group of fans taking all the tickets. I think that that's a separate thing, that where the ICC, ECB, or whoever need to look at the how they actually dish the tickets out. Is it going to be a ballot? Is it first come first served? And even then, it's like some people purely buy the tickets just to profit for them. Sell them at 2, 3, 4 times the value, and that's heartbreaking for people that can't afford that. Ooh, dicing with danger there. We went over it yesterday. That what's the most that people have paid for tickets, and I don't really pay anything over. I've never paid over face value for a ticket. I think it's just pricing people out. But yeah, I think there's pros and cons of both approaches with that, Adam.
Yeah, and I don't think it would need to be done from. I think in football, if you had two sets of fans sitting, amongst each other, obviously there's a risk of things spilling over and it getting a bit nasty. I don't think we're at that stage yet in cricket, or anywhere near it, where it would need to be done for kind of safety reasons. I mean, either Cal or Shazeb, have you ever been to a game where it has kind of, apart from the Afghanistan game, I know we mentioned yesterday, but have you been to a game where it has kind of spilled over and you've thought, actually, you know what, I wish it was segregated because it's got a bit nasty or a bit kind of over the top?
Not really, but I think the India-Pakistan game, this 50-50 thing might work in favor in that kind of game. But depending on other games, like, say, for example, if another ICC event happens here, most of the games, the majority Pakistani fans, and if they do it like 50-50 and separate everyone, what if there's more Pakistan tickets that want to be sold in, say, for example, Sri Lanka? So, as Hug said, there's a lot of pros and cons with that, and it just depends on how you do it, to be honest with you. What about yourself, Hulk? What do you reckon?
No, I was going to just very quickly say the other risk that you have of there being, and this happens in football very, very occasionally, is that if you then get some of the opposition fans fight, because people will always find a way, always, by hook or by crook, they will find a way to get tickets in maybe the other stand. So, you might get pockets of Pakistan fans amongst Sri Lanka fans, or pockets of Pakistan fans amongst India fans. And that is from when that happens in football, well, that's a horrible full toss. That's going to be, yes, 141 ahead. So this is a good lead now, you'd have to say, and they're batting sensibly as well. They're just taking advantage of the bad balls. But the worst thing you can do in football is if you find a pocket of away fans in the home section, that leads to a lot of nastiness and stewards getting involved and all that kind of stuff. I'm not saying that would happen at cricket, but you do run that risk of, if there's segregation, then people sitting where they probably shouldn't be. And I mean, let's be honest, if all of us were at a Pakistan-India game, okay, and you knew people who weren't able to get a ticket because it was so oversubscribed, and there were 15, 20 India fans in the Pakistan section, I'd get annoyed. And I'm not saying, I don't think I'm kick off or anything, but you'd get annoyed, wouldn't you? You say, well, hold on, this is a Pakistan section, what are you doing here? So it maybe for fairness it would be a good thing, but it could also lead to other problems. Cal, do you want to take this one?
Yeah, so Adam's saying, do you prefer a ballot or a first come, first serve? To be honest with you, I think ballot's more fairer. Whereas in first come, first serve, if the server crashes, you get in, server crashes, it's just too much of a waiting game. Like you'd be sat there for a few hours, you don't know if you're going to get a ticket or you're not. Whereas in a ballot, you just, put your name into it. If you get it, it's good luck. If you don't, then you can't really complain because it's just a ballot system, isn't it?
I disagree with that. Yeah, I disagree with that in part because when it goes to ballot, you'd think that it would be fairer, but we don't know what the algorithm is like. When you register on that, how do they actually dish the tickets out? Is it completely random, or is there something where it favors a certain criteria of fans that have signed up? So.
Well, it always asks you, doesn't it? It always asks you which team you support. It always asks you where you're based geographically, of course. You've got to give your gender, and so you don't know. Yeah, I'm not going to start. I'm not going to.
I
try and
think
start
personally,
talking conspiracies, but you do wonder if there are certain groups of some demographics in society that maybe they would rather not there, and certain, obviously they want to see more families and they want to see more women at cricket, and there's not a problem with that, but selfishly I want to see me at the cricket, and I you know, when you don't really worry about other people, but yeah, I don't know.
I think one of the big problems we have in cricket ticket sales is that a lot of people are selling for profit, man. The amount of tickets I see on sale when I go on Twitter, wherever, or on Gumtree, wherever it is, people just buy them to sell them and don't even go to the games. So with the ban of first come first serve, there'll be people on both sides trying to just buy tickets just to sell them, and that quite annoys me, to be honest with you, because I know there's so many people out there they just want to go and watch cricket, and when I see people selling them for more than face value, it kind of annoys me. That's one of the problems we got.
And this is the thing about the only thing I'd say about first come first serve as well is that, you know, we had this with Lords last week, where so I was very fortunate, one, to get a ticket, but two, to be in a position to get a ticket where it was an okay morning at work and I could just log on at 10 o'clock and be in that queue. It felt like for all, you know, most of the morning. But, you know, if you miss the first come first serve window because you're working or you're abroad or whatever, then it's a bit harsh that you've missed that one morning where they all went on sale, and so that's the difficulty with first come first serve.
yeah, I think if they made it a bit more fairer in the ballot system wise, if they asked maybe less questions, like asking who is for,
Well, just more transparent. If it was more transparent, I agree.
Yeah, it'd come out easier. So, so we got another comment here from Adam. Instead of safety, it's to stop one team's fans dominating the seating. Omar, should ICC distribute the tickets with 50-50 to each fan base rather than giving majority of them to the Indian fans?
Allegedly. Just to, yeah.
Yeah. Well, I think it's more they prioritize more to the sponsors than that, isn't it? I think it's more of that kind of a thing where I think Indian fans, Bharat Army, they're like a sponsor. But still, I don't think they should be given that kind of amount what they normally do. But I don't know, Doc. What do you think?
Affluent, you know, if you look at it purely from a financial point of view, and it goes back to a point that I think Adam made earlier, if you are the ICC and you're flipped away for one, and you're the ICC and you want to make as much money as you can, because sometimes that feels like that's the whole point of the ICC, who is going to furnish you with more money? Groups of Pakistan fans that are coming from the UK are not going to be drinking at games, or affluent middle class Indian fans coming from abroad. I mentioned these packages yesterday, really expensive packages, hotel, 4 World Cup matches, excursions, travel all booked for thousands and thousands. Obviously, it makes more sense to provide more for those kind of fans that are going to be able to do that. So I can see why they do it. It doesn't make it fair, it doesn't make it right, but I can see why they do it. And I don't think that's going to change anytime soon. The better that India are on the pitch, and you have to give it to them, they're a brilliant team on the pitch at the moment, the more interest is going to be from India fans, the more tickets Indian fans are going to want and they're going to buy, the more money it's going to generate, and the cycle will continue on and on. So yeah, it's kind of the way it's going to be for now, I think.
The only thing with that I'd love to see, is that the people who actually make the decisions on tickets, whether the ICC, ECB, Ticketmaster, or whoever, I just love for them. I just wonder if they've ever gone through the process of getting tickets for an international match, so they can understand the heartache that you have to go through. Whether it's a ballot, whether it's first come first served, or whatever, or you go in with a group of 10 friends, and then you're all buying tickets separately, but you can be sat at different parts of the ground, so you can't even sit together with your mates. I just wonder if any of them have been through that process, so they can understand the problem that we as fans go through, because I think sometimes there is that gap between the people at the top who are making the decisions and the people at the bottom who are forced to go through this process always. And I just wonder, does any of that feedback ever get back up to the people at the top? And I haven't, over the 30 odd years that I've been going to matches to watch cricket, I've never really seen any much improvement in the ticketing process. So sadly, I don't think that's ever happened.
this is where, from a Stani Army point of view, obviously, you know, we are trying to get as many people as we can, kind of following us on Twitter and subscribing on YouTube, all that kind of stuff, so that we can, you know, have a bit more of a dialogue with people that do make decisions, so that we can be a little bit more on board and you know, see some of that transparency with regard to tickets, and see if there's a way that we can maybe get on board, because there's a huge appetite, north, south, east, west in this country, and not just this country, obviously, all over the world, a huge appetite for Pakistan fans to go to games. And yeah, we've probably got to be a little bit more organised, and we touched on that yesterday in terms of knowing when ticket sale dates are and all that kind of stuff. So it's on the fans as well, but equally it would be nice if maybe we were given a bit more of maybe it made it a bit easier for Pakistan fans, like it seems like it is for other teams. South Africa are trying a few different things, haven't they? Have they not? I'm trying to think. Is this not? Rabada's had a bowl this morning. What's his name? Norkia's had a bowl. Maharaj's had a bowl.
I think Nagidi's had a bowl, hasn't he?
Yeah, they're trying different things, but we're 144 ahead. It's
and we're like 45 minutes to play as well. So
yeah.
Another 15 minutes, I think it'll be a drink break.
Yeah.
Yeah.
41 partnership already, man, for this last wicket. 42.
Yeah, it's crazy. 51 balls as well. It's come quite quick.
It has, but they haven't done anything. You know, I don't think there's been anything. I mean, you've got to remember it's 10 and 11 batting, so there's going to be streaky shots. But you know, like we go back to that Hassan one, there hasn't been. You know, please don't.
Yeah. What a shot that was.
They have slogged. They've slogged well. And they've connected, and it's gone for 6. It's that typical thing that every fan wants, isn't it? Don't take risks, but get runs. If you take a risk, make sure it goes for 6. So yeah.
Doc, that wasn't a slog. That was over the bowler's head. The drive over his head for 6. That was beautiful. That was a textbook shot. That was
good. No, it was. It was a good shot. It was a good shot, and it's calculated because there's no one at mid on. Sorry, at long on even. So
yeah.
Sorry guys, I'm not before you.
You're smiling away on the balcony there.
Yeah, I've got 2 balls behind you, so that's why I'm not been able to.
Okay.
We've got another message here from, is it Adam? Do you guys talk with other fan groups like Barmy Army to take tips on how to grow?
We speak to some of the groups of fans, such as like the Barmy Army, etc., and just talk about different things, you know, how to grow, etc. You've got to remember that the Barmy Army are they're a fully fledged business, really. So if you go to look at the Barmy Army website, you know, like Doc said, like the Bharat Army, for example, you know, they saw tours, tickets, merchandise. They've got everything on there. From our perspective, you know, we are for the fans, by the fans. So we're just trying to build our presence at the moment, really, just trying to drive more traffic towards us. Because, I mean, as you can see from this, Adam, you know, it's it was 5 a.m. when we all started, and we're here on a watch-along, just talking about cricket, and we're just doing it for the love of the game, as silly as it sounds. So
you're not getting paid for this, like me.
I'm getting paid in popcorn.
Yeah, it's more of a business perspective for them, whereas for us, it's more of a passion, you know, love for the
we're just looking at the passion side. Yeah.
We've got another comment here from Chona. Nice to see the tail wag, even better in HT. Without
another one.
I'm loving this, man. I love it.
That was No Man as well. No Mania.
Eunice is happy with that.
It's crazy how I have a lot of that. It's just all chipped in, like literally all of them. At least 20, 30 runs by Yasser, Naman, Fahim. Hassan Ali got about 20 as well, so it's good to see, man. But also, I guess I'm a bit worried about when South Africa come to bat, how's the pitch gonna act for them? You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's what I meant. That's what I meant. If we get a bigger lead as possible, obviously everyone wants a bigger lead, don't they? But you know, keep them out there for a bit. This is now messing with the openers' heads. You know, if you're Markram and Elgar, you know, you often see at this point, you see the next team's openers. They'll be standing at the crease. They'll be shadow batting. They'll be looking at the time. You know, if we were to stick around for another 20 minutes or so, that then gives them a really, really horrible 35, 40 minutes. And if you speak to most, or if you listen to interviews from openers, they will say that the worst bit is when the team that's batting is 9 wickets down. because I can confirm no money's been handed over from between me and others. Because this is the time where you're thinking, right, let's just get this last wicket. And we know as fans, when the opposition are hanging around, it tells how demoralising it is. And as openers, they just want to get out there. And so if we can mess with South Africa's heads and the openers' heads for as long as possible, it might not be the pitch that gets them out. It might just be the kind of the mental side of things.
Tiredness as well.
Yeah, exactly. Of course. And they've been in the field now for, I don't know how many overs South Africa were. This innings is now, must be getting close to 100 and something. Yeah, 118 overs nearly, I think. So, it's all good. It's all good. We're in a really, really, really strong position now.
50-run partnership as well. Number 10, 11, yeah, like you just said.
So can I just voice something that I've really been annoying me, and it's been annoying me about the coverage now for a while.
Something annoys you, Doc.
Sorry?
Something annoys you.
Yeah. So just for a change, something's annoyed me, and it's this tea sponsorship that they have to do, right? I watch a lot of cricket, okay, and I know their sponsorship is huge these days, but I don't see something as cringeworthy as this in other broadcasts. Am I just getting annoyed about something I don't need to get annoyed about, or is anyone else annoyed? Is it just me? Am I the only one that sees them pretending to drink tea and just? Oh.
They're not pretending. They're not pretending. They are drinking tea.
Oh, okay.
Which one is this? During the break?
No, rather again.
It's the Tapal tea. I don't want to give them any more publicity.
Doc, I bet you're on the payroll and you deliberately brought that up.
Yeah.
Tapal tea. No. No, it's just an annoyance.
Nobody else does it? I don't think England certainly don't do it. I don't see any other broadcasters around the world do it. Obviously, they are sponsors, but not like that. You know what I'm trying to say?
Well, they're sponsored everywhere. If you all you've got to do is watch one of these, you watch one of these T20 leagues, and it's a what is it? It's a SAYAT maximum, or it's a DLF maximum, or it's something MRF tires strategy break. So of course it's creeped into cricket, and obviously there's bills to pay, right? So I know these boards of you've got sponsors involved. Of course you've got to give them every bit of it, but I don't know. The tea thing, it just looks cringe, and then there's a message I think from Umar. I think he finds it cringe as well. So yeah, I don't know.
You said this, Doc. Yeah, I bet that inshallah, if the game's going this summer, yeah, you're going to be there at Lords, yeah, with your little cup of they're waving it to the cameras like that.
Absolutely, of course.
I think that when you look at the PSL, I'm sure that they have one of their sponsors. I don't know if it was a shampoo company or something. So you used to get people doing this with their hair or something.
Yeah.
I remember.
Oh yeah, I think was that in the World Cup games?
I don't think
I'm sure I've seen it in one of the World Cup games or something as well.
No, because the World Cup was based over here, wasn't it?
Was it a normal game? I've seen that where they're shaking their hair,
Yeah, I think that
I can't remember now.
What's the name of that shampoo? Come on, let's see how good has the advertising been then? We should all know the name straight away, shouldn't we?
Wasn't it Head and Shoulders?
No.
Anybody would say that.
Wasn't it?
It might be. No. I'm trying to think now. I'm trying to think what shampoo it was. I don't know.
Okay. Carl, sorry, Carl, what shampoo do you use?
I don't use any shampoo. No, whatever I find, whatever was there, I'll just use it.
I have to say, looking at this comment from the wonderfully named Rayan Akbar, I also I've got a good feeling about Yasha today. I think he would have picked up confidence from the way he bowled in the first innings. Any bowler will tell you when they go out and smash a few, it just generally makes them feel a bit better. He's on to 38 now, so he's got that century very much in his sights. I think it's going to be a Yasha's day. I think he'll bowl well. I don't know about you guys, Jose.
Yeah, I just gotta hope. I guess this will certainly give him confidence. Though this 38 from 37, especially if he gets to a 50, then inshallah 100. Who knows? But Numan looks like a handy with the bat as well. I've never seen him bat like I said before, but he's looking a bit solid. He hasn't really. Well, he has edged a few, but he's looking solid, which is good to see. And now, just keep going, lads. Just
I don't know.
Keep building the lead up, man.
With you guys, but Numan, he just reminds me of another player. I can't remember which one it was. Just his face.
Zulfikar Babar?
Yeah, that's it. Zulfikar Babri. It looks very similar, Doc, if you think about it. Especially when he's got his helmet on.
Yeah. No, absolutely. He does look very much like Zulfi Chacha. What was it? Zulfikar and Zulfikar from one end and Said Ojmal from the other, I think, wasn't it, a few years back?
Yeah, a few years.
Pretty lethal combination in our, certainly in our home tests anyway. Oh, that could be it. That was like a good shout.
Review it.
Review it.
Yeah.
I think I've jinxed him, man. I shouldn't have spoke.
Was it LB or?
Yeah, what do we think?
Yeah.
There could be an umpire's call. It might have just hit him outside the line, but I feel like it's going to be.
Was it given out?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, so we need it to.
Unless he's hit it.
No, I don't think he hit it.
Did he review it straight away or?
Yeah, but it's only because we've got a couple of reviews and it's the last wicket, isn't it? So we may as well. But I feel like this might just be umpire's call hitting
Did he hit it?
And then
No, there's no spike.
Yeah.
No spike. That looks pretty.
Is he a gunner?
It looks like it. Let's see. Here we go.
Get that leg outside. Get that leg outside.
Red. Oh, that's going to go straight on.
Yeah, good decision.
Oh,
That's fun while it lasted.
shy of 42 runs of my target.
I should. Why did I say that, man? I shouldn't have said it.
Still, when you think about it, we batted for a full out for almost a full hour. You got to give them credit for that coming in the last 2 wickets. And when you think about it, Hassan was out in the first 10 minutes, I think.
Yeah.
These two have been batting for 45, 50 minutes. Yeah, they put up. They've got. I think Shazeb, you said that they had over a 50 partnership. Yeah, we've ended up with a lead of 158. That's going to give South Africa something to think about. Even if the wicket is easy to bat on, it's going to give them something to think about. They're going to have that pressure on them, no matter what score they're going at lunch. What they're going at lunch on now.
I think that's a very good score, a very good lead. I think personally, 158. And who got the wicket? A spinner. So I think that'll give confidence to Yasser as well.
It's funny when you watch cricket. There are certain numbers that just trigger something in your mind, isn't it? So obviously, I saw that lead of 158, and I thought, 158. Where do I know that? Oh yeah, that's what India were bowled out for in the Champions Trophy final, isn't it? It's just or like 74. Was it not 74 that Pakistan were bowled out for? Hulk, you'll remember the 92 World Cup, the game against England, weren't we? 74?
Oh yeah. 74 when it rained.
Yeah. Certain numbers just trigger memories from the past, don't they?
Let's just go through a few of these messages, Doc.
I've got a really good feeling, by the way, about today.
We're gonna
Am I the only one that thinks this game's going to finish today?
Have you
today?
Yeah, I've got.
We're only going to bat once.
Yeah, true. It all depends on how many wickets we get now, how good we bowl.
We've got 5 sessions. It's turning a bit. South Africa are going to be pretty demoralised. Our bowlers most of them have chipped in with a few runs. I'm telling you.
If we win today, how much confidence will that give to the team and a boost? It'll be unbelievable.
It's a big comeback as well from 33 for 4 to this. Like, you gotta really appreciate the middle and lower the batsman. Big comeback, man.
I think it's the way we approached the game on that day. I think it was really late of the day, and it was just the way we approached. We were looking to just survive. I think that's why I think we lost that many wickets on that day. Whereas in the next day, the approach was totally different.
Yesterday, you talking about? I mean, Azhar.
We batted,
Yeah. So Azhar and who was it? Sorry, Azhar and Fawad yesterday morning. The intent was just that's why
really different.
The way Azhar played, it was totally different. We were rotating the strike brilliantly. We got so many singles yesterday morning. I don't know what happened on whatever day the first game was, Tuesday. I don't know what happened on Tuesday afternoon or Tuesday evening, because that really wasn't the way to bat. What's the strategy? Oh, sorry, there's probably a couple more comments. There's a mention about 100 lead against England at Edgbaston, which is a game that I've tried to erase from my memory because that really hurts. Because we should have won that. We should have won that series against England in 2016 if we hadn't folded at Edgbaston.
A few comments before that, Doc. Comment here. Other tiers are available. Sports betting sponsorship is a huge thing in sports. Do you feel Pakistan will be behind other teams commercially due to this? Not necessarily. I don't know. Go on, Hulk.
So I was going to say I don't think so, because there's all those other kind of industries that are into that sponsor teams, aren't there? So I don't think. I mean, you look at betting, alcohol, even. I don't think that is putting us behind because the world is just full of sponsorship everywhere now. So there's so many industries that are going into it. I wouldn't say that that's going to put us behind at all.
And to be honest, more and more, there's a little bit of a backlash against that kind of stuff, actually. If you look at like the Premier League, there are certain regulations and things that people want kind of brought in for betting sponsorship, because obviously it has an influence on children and things like that. So yeah, I think there's enough other things, there are enough other brands involved. I mean, you know, most of our trophies, it's, you know, the Bank Al Falah Cup presents Brighto Paint, sponsored by J. Dot. You know, just sponsor after sponsor.
All right. How many sponsors are you holding? Bloody hell, man! So, you're going to retire at the end of today, aren't you?
Well, I've got to pay Adam his £20 for showing up. So, you know, we've got enough sponsors. You know, you've got most trusted player of the match and colourful player awards. I love these presentations that we have after every Pakistan game, where basically everyone gets an award. You know, the thanks.
Yeah. Remember that you get some awards for like smart player of the match. What's a smart player?
Yeah, another comment from Omar. Alhamdulillah, we've got a healthy lead now. Yeah, Alhamdulillah, I think we've got a really.
I got a question for you. Like, you know, all these awards that we get these days in the T20 leagues. Was this like this in the 1990s as well? I'm guessing not.
No,
you know, no way in it.
A match in a motorbike, wasn't it? At some point at the end of the season.
Yeah, I remember the motorbike. I've seen a few videos on YouTube of that. That was a quite funny one.
Yeah, but no, I don't remember there being. Well, probably like it goes back to the sponsorship thing, doesn't it? There's so many sponsors that want their name mentioned at the end of the game now, and all those. You always see a line of CEOs, don't they? Managing director, etc., and you know, CEO of this and partner of that, and they're all there. So again,
I'm surprised you haven't named them.
Yeah, no, right. So yeah, I thought it. It's the world we live in, isn't it?
Yeah.
I've got another comment from Adam here. We had 100 lead against England in Edgbaston in 2016, and we blew it.
Is that the one where Azhar Ali was out on the last ball of the day? One of the days. Yeah.
So I was there for the first 2 days of that Test match. So the day that Sohail Khan got his fifer, and did, I think he was probably our third press-up celebration of the series by that point. And then the following day we batted really well. And to be fair, yes, we lost a wicket on the last ball of the day, but we ended up getting this healthy 130-run lead, I think. And that 130-run lead, it evaporated in about a session and a bit, and we bowled awfully. I think England were only 1 or 2 down as they went past our score, and then typical day 5 Pakistan, we folded, and we should never ever have lost that series. We didn't deserve to lose that series, but you don't always get what you deserve, do you? So yeah.
No.
Comment from Naz. What a score!
Yeah.
For the lower.
Well, it's on the screen now. The scorecard. I mean, look at the contributions from everyone from Fawad downwards. It's brilliant.
I think that we need that more often. I think a lot of other teams they get that, and we don't tend to get as much. So it's pretty good to see, I think.
One of the heartening things about this scorecard, is that Babar Azam, I think, I've just started to look at it, he's got the 8th highest score. So, you know, when we normally think that if Babar fails, oh my God, you know, everyone's just going to collapse like a pack of cards here. He was out for 7, but they haven't. The middle order, you know, the lower order, they've stood up, they've fought, So how often do you see that our star batsman goes and then, you know, that the rest of the team around him push that score up? And as Shazib mentioned, that we were, 27 for 4 when the 4th wicket fell when Shane Afridi went, and would you have thought that we're going to be getting close to 400?
I think
I did. I did. Right.
I think what it is emotionally, when we haven't got a Babar in the team, it just brings us down automatically. Like even for us as fans, when we think, oh, Babar's gone, oh no, you know, that's like our main batsman's gone. Who's going to get the runs? So do you think it's going the same thing's going through the mind of the players as well? Do you think, guys? That if obviously Babar is not playing in the game, you know, right, it's going to be a disadvantage, or the players might be thinking, we need to, you know, get more runs now or more pressure on them.
Yeah. Kind of.
Sorry, Shazib. Yeah.
Sorry. I think confidence is a big thing. Like if Babar comes in, I think it just motivates the players in general, especially if Babar performs. I think even in this innings, when the low order, so Fawad and Azhar Ali get the partnership going, I think he gave big confidence to like Fahim, to Rizwan, to all these guys, and they all contributed. So with Barber in the team, I think it definitely does play a thing in the players' heads. Like, oh look, we got a star player back, our captain back, and it just motivates them to do well. Well, in my opinion, anyway. But yeah, I think, like I said, confidence is a big thing, especially in these Pakistani mentality cricketers, in my opinion.
Yeah.
I've got a quick question just before we go to the next comment. Captain Holt, what's the strategy here? We've got obviously a pitch that's not doesn't look like it's doing a huge amount today. I mean, sometimes the stats will say that it's misbehaving. I haven't seen a huge amount that's going to worry me. But what's your tactic? Just the standard Shaheen, Hassan, one end from either end, or are you opening with spin, or what are you thinking?
I think it would go standard with opening up with pace, but you've got to remember that normally the bowlers are the ones who have to bring us back into the game. Normally we're 158 runs ahead. Typically you think that we might be 158 runs behind. So the bowlers have got some. They're not trying to claw themselves back into the game, so they can try a few things. They can experiment, and I think that's going to give them. As Shazam mentioned about the confidence side. So I would open with the pace on here, but. It's just in the back of my mind, I've got that it's a day 3 wicket, and they say that it's going to be easy to bat on. So
I think we need to learn from the first innings, though. So the first innings opening pair, Shaheen wasn't too bad, but Hassan Ali was spraying it all over the place.
Yeah.
The thing we learned from South Africa's opening burst, although obviously I know after that we then settled and batted really well, is that actually bowling kind of wicket. You don't have to. This is not a traditional kind of 4th, 5th stump. Look for the for the edge to slip. This is very much a wicket to wicket kind of pitch. You've got straight mid on, straight mid off. And try and get you just let the ball misbehave as opposed to trying to do anything special. So I hope they learn from the way that they bowled in the first innings. Naz has mentioned in the comments about opening with a spinner. I'd be tempted to do something like that.
They've got a comment here from.
Come on, Shaheen. Come on, boys.
Prediction for South Africa.
All right. Well, that's 4 runs taken off the lead.
And then we've got Imi prediction. We'll bowl them out for 220. Inshallah. Start with the spinner. We need Hassan Ali to keep it tight, and Pakistan need to keep the boundaries down.
Yeah, that's one of the things, isn't it? That where if you have Shane bowling really, really well, but at the other end you're leaking runs, the batsmen have an outlet. Whereas if you've got both sides, both ends keeping it tight, then the batsmen are more likely, the more pressure's created, they're more likely to make a mistake as they try and force the game, trying to get some runs here. But
2 slips. So we've got 2 slips in a gully, mid on, mid off up. Pretty standard field, I guess. Maybe normally have another slip in, I guess. But again,
so just on the slips of I saw Barber at first slip. I just wonder who's on second slip. I was wondering, is that Yasser or is that Imran? But you saw Imran take that fantastic catch on in the first innings.
It's not Yasser. I think it could well be Imran, but
Yasser dropped one, didn't he, as well? It was Rabada, so
yeah.
It should be Imran, but especially with the catch he took yesterday, on day 1.
Yeah,
definitely. It doesn't look like Yasser.
Yes, it's definitely Imran there. I mean, just looking. I know it's only 3 balls, so obviously we're not going to can't read too much into it. His decent pace, 86 miles per hour that last ball, but ball's not from a seaming point of view. Anyway, none of those balls have done much, have they? That first ball that Shaheen bowled, it held its line. It didn't go through particularly quick, and it was just kind of easily played away for 4. And the next 2 balls as well haven't done a lot. So yeah, I guess we need the pitch to misbehave a little bit more for us.
Yeah.
But it's still early.
Well, there's nice carry through to the keeper there. The question is there going to be that variable bounce that we've seen over the past 2 days? Really, even if there's not exaggerated sideways movement,
we need that doubt created in the batsman's mind, in it.
And Cal, that's a really good point actually, because you don't actually need the ball. You don't need that many balls to do much to mess with the batsman's head. Like I don't. Obviously, I've never played to any standard at all. But if you can't trust the bounce, then you don't know whether you're going forward, you don't know whether you're coming back, and it scrambles the mind, and you're 150 behind, and then you do stupid things, and then you almost get into that mindset of, like I think I mentioned it yesterday. I'm going to get the bowler before the bowler gets me, because there's going to be one that keeps low. And that's where you want batsmen to play with scrambled minds. The best batsman will always say that, you know, when they are batting with an uncluttered mind is when they bat best. And Rayan just pointing out that it could be Yasser's day. Yeah, no, I got a good feeling about Yasser as well today.
Got another comment here from Adam Hulk. Yesterday there was a discussion on younger Pakistanis not wanting to get into cricket due to the stereotype. What are your thoughts on this, Hulk?
What stereotype was that?
So this was when Atif Nawaz was on, and we were talking about younger Pakistan fans, and he was saying that in his experience, maybe the next generation of Pakistan fans aren't as into cricket. And obviously, well, we can come to Shazeb about this in a second as well, but he was saying essentially the next generation aren't as much into it because they don't want to be labelled as that, you know, typical Pakistani who likes cricket kind of thing. So they're looking at, you know, they might go to football or other interests just to, because there is that stereotype, isn't it? Of, oh, you're Asian. Oh, you must like cricket. You must be really good at cricket, kind of thing. And they want to kind of move away from that. So that's kind of what the discussion was. I don't know what you think. Oh.
No, I mean, so my eldest is 4 years old, and I've already brainwashed him. He knows the Dil Dil Pakistan song, yeah, and he was supposed to go last year, and this year at Headingley, yeah, he's going to put you all to shame with the amount of jumping up and down he's going to do, yeah.
Obviously, for the World Cup, how many jumping he did?
Yeah. So I don't. I mean, just thinking about my nephews, basically, who's in his mid-teens. I've never heard of anything like that they want to kind of move away from that because there's that typical stereotype thing. I think it's.
I think it's all to do with highlighting in it. Obviously, you've got to integrate it. It's like us when we was young. Obviously, our parents, like for me, it was my dad. Obviously, he took me to a few games. He used to be always interested. So I'm thinking, you know, what's going on here? And then obviously, you know, I caught up onto it. So I think it's all down to the awareness, really.
Yeah. I just gonna say I don't think that there's anything negative in that. I mean, okay, yeah, you might say, oh, you're Asian, you must like cricket. I honestly don't think that there's anything negative on it because you know, it could be that. What does that mean? That, oh, you're English, you must like football. Yeah. I don't see that there's anything wrong with that at all. It's just one of those things. It's just one of those things in life.
So to say, being in your early 20s, then obviously you all know family members and friends and what have you who are similar ages or maybe slightly younger. Do you find that it's easy to talk to people about cricket and you have a lot of people around you who are into it, or not so much? Oh, I think Shazeb's frozen.
Shazeb?
That's how he stayed in his early 20s. And really, he's about 50 years old, yeah, but he's just been frozen in time.
We'll come back to Shazeb maybe in a second when he's sorted his technical stuff out. Yeah, there's another comment about the pitches, isn't there? I think from.
Yeah, I think we got him back.
Oh, here we go. Shazeb,
can you hear us?
Yeah, I can hear you. I think I disconnected by accident. Have you got me back yet?
Yeah, we are back on now.
Connection issue. Sorry, Doc. I think you were asking me a question and I cut off.
Yeah, that's okay. So there's just a question about, you know, people your age and maybe slightly younger, family members or friends and what have you, how much they're into cricket and whether you find it easy to talk to them about cricket, or is the interest not really there? They're moving to football and other things.
To be honest with you, I think it's a mixture. I've got a few friends and cousins that are more into football and not really into cricket. Sometimes I have to force them into cricket.
Yeah. Oh, he's gone again.
Oh, he's gone again.
I mean, I have to be honest. I've got quite a large extended family, and even amongst my kind of quite big extended family, there's not that many. Cricket. That's not a good delivery. Hassan's been poor. He's been a bit wayward, and again, that one's pretty wide, and it's been hit for 4, and it's 8 for none.
Give him his first over though. Let him settle into it though.
Yeah. Yeah, so just in terms of, you know, cousins that I've got, I don't have that many family members that are into cricket. I think, you know, there's so many things out there, and especially these days, and this is, you know, it's a much wider discussion, isn't it, about initiatives to get kids into cricket, because just these days there are so many other things that kids can get into that they might view as more fun and that can be done quicker and that can be done without having to, big shout. I wouldn't review this. He's Elgar's left one that's probably missing the stumps.
We're coming up to have a talk about it.
You'd be surprised, Doc.
It's cut to an advert.
What is this? Ham masala?
It's cut to an advert.
What are you watching on Sky?
Yeah.
It's yeah.
And they took it to advert.
Yeah, I think it was the end of the over. I think they must have maybe I don't know. It didn't seem like they were that interested in taking it. I thought they were just walking to because it was the end of the over as opposed to talking about the review. But I guess we'll find out soon. We'll probably go back and there'll be captain of the priest.
Shazib, can you hear us?
Yeah. Just having a few connection issues. Hopefully it's okay now. No jinx.
Okay.
Right, so we got Shaheen back on. So clearly that they didn't review that, and
Good stop there by Fuad.
yeah.
So we've got another comment from Omar. How would you rate the Karachi pitch? Do the pitches compare the same from 10 years ago? I don't think so, but what do you think, Doc?
Pitches in Pakistan have gone through like real changes. I won't talk just about Karachi, but just generally, 10 years ago or more, kind of if you look at kind of the scores in domestic Pakistan cricket, it was kind of flat pitches, and it was the kind of pitches we were getting. I mean, I remember a Test series against India that we played in 06, around 06, when it was 500 versus 500 and 600 against 600. So they were really, really flat pitches. And then if you look at the domestic scores from about 3 or 4 years ago, they went to completely the other end of the spectrum. And you look at the leading wicket takers, and they're all seam bowlers, kind of 75, 80 mile per hour seam bowlers, because the pitches were so grassy. And then they went to the other extreme again, and it kind of they started favouring spinners. And if you look at this year, I know the PCB put out a tweet recently, didn't they, where they said that the pitches in Pakistan for the domestic cricket have got the most runs per wicket. So it seems like they're becoming a bit more batting friendly again. I think the kind of the take home point is that we probably, instead of just going to one extreme or the other, if we have and I think Cal, you mentioned this yesterday, where if we have like a wide array of pitches, you know, like for example in Australia, you know, if you go to the Gabba, it's going to bounce a bit and you're going to get a bit of seam movement. It's probably going to turn a little bit at Sydney. It's going to be, you know, run fest at Adelaide, and Perth is going to bounce a bit more kind of thing. So if each individual area can have its own type of pitch, so that we're more prepared for different conditions that we're going to get around the world, I think that would be the best way forward. But it's difficult. I'm not a groundsman, but you know, or a pitch curator. But I don't think it's not as easy as just making it good for spin or good for seam or good for batting. There's a lot that goes into it, and there's probably different types of soil and all that kind of stuff, and the climate probably makes an impact. So yeah, it's not easy, but I think it's one of the things that Wasim Khan is looking at in terms of this restructuring is to get better domestic pitches so that we are more prepared when we're going away from home. And you don't want a situation like where all you've got to do is bowl at 75 miles per hour and the pitch will do the rest, because that ain't going to happen in international cricket. Yeah, that won't work for you.
Well, I think basically, obviously, because we've not been playing any of our home games in Pakistan, so.
Yeah!
Calm down. He might review it yet.
He might review it. As long as that hasn't pitched out.
It looked a little bit high.
As long as it hasn't pitched outside leg and it's too high.
As long as though it's clipping, it doesn't matter. It's high.
I haven't reviewed it yet. They're still thinking about it.
Oh no, they've reviewed it.
Guaranteed they're going to review
it. Have they? Oh, have they? Okay.
I don't think it's going to be 3 reds, put it this way.
Come on, man.
The thing is, with the angle of Shaheen, you always worry about the one that, you know, was it pitching outside? Was it pitching outside leg?
Yeah.
Ooh.
From that angle, it looked like it was pitching outside leg, you know.
Yeah, this is gonna. I feel like this might get. He's probably not hit it. There's nothing. I don't think there's going to be anything on ultra edge.
No way.
I don't think it's high.
Yeah, it's hit him just above the knee roll.
Come on, man.
I think it is going to be the outside leg thing, like Doc said.
Has it pitched outside off?
Yeah, outside leg.
Oh, flimmy neck.
You know, at least it's going to create some doubt in the batsman's mind.
Yeah.
Yeah. So back to what we were saying. I think we've been playing a lot of the games not at home, so they've not really concentrated on the pitches. So I think really it's down to the PCB now to invest in the grounds, and you know, because obviously we're going to be playing more often at home. So I think they basically need to invest into the grounds, because I'm sure all over the world the groundsmen can prepare pitches according to the home team, because I'm sure it happens in England, even in Australia. If they need to have prepare the ground to the home team's advantage, they can do it. So I can't see it being any difference for Pakistan.
Yeah.
What do you think, Hulk?
Sorry, can you say that again, please?
Say again, Cal.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Yeah. Sorry, I was doing something else.
All right. No, I was saying basically all over the world, like for example, England, Australia, the groundsmen, they can prepare the ground, the pitch basically according to the home team, how the home team want it. So I can't see it being any difference for us in Pakistan. I'm pretty sure if we obviously invest into the ground and into the pitches, if we ask the groundsmen to make the pitches according to how we want them, like the Pakistan team, I'm sure they'll be able to do it.
Yeah, so there will be. I mean, you see that the groundsmen, the curators, can they make spinning wickets, pacey wickets, bouncy wickets, etc. There are obviously tricks that they can do to nurture the wicket to perform in a certain way. So they can do that. One of the things I've never understood though is you would assume, as you've said, Carl, that the home team, the home groundsman, they would prepare wickets to suit the home team. But around the world, sometimes you just don't always see that. You even see, like even in England, for example, that the ECB are thinking, "Oh, we don't know how the wicket's going to behave," so they might not put any spinners in, but then the groundsman prepare a slightly spinning wicket. So it looks like that they're not talking to you. I've never understood that around the ground at all, around the world at all. Sorry, have you guys seen that?
Shaz, what do you think?
Sorry, what was the question? My head was on.
It's just like pitches around the world. I mean, in terms of what you just mentioned there, Hulk. I mean, I think, yeah, if you look at when we play in England, it feels like sometimes we kind of get some decent conditions, to be honest. But then, I'm thinking of kind of late summer games at the Oval and late summer games at Lords and what have you, where it's almost like playing in subcontinental conditions. The only thing I would say is that if you look at the best teams around the world and the best teams that there have been over the years, they've been able to go anywhere and win, and they can beat any team in any condition. You think of the great West Indian team could do that, the great Australian team could go pretty much anywhere and win. The risk is if you prepare your home conditions just to suit yourself, that when you go abroad you're going to be woefully underprepared. And I mean, South Africa, to be honest, are guilty of it. I mean, when we go to South Africa often, the amount of grass that's on the pitch and the pace on the pitch, and you think, okay, fair enough, Duane Olivier is going to bounce us out for a tiny score. But when you get to the subcontinent, and South Africa's record in the subcontinent is pretty poor, you're going to struggle, and they do most of the time.
Yeah, but sorry, Carl, I was just going to say that, but that's where it's down to your domestic wickets then, to prepare them, where it replicates wickets in South Africa, Australia, England, for example, or even sending the players out on to play for the local teams in those countries, just so to get that exposure. I've said it yesterday, and I bang on about it again today, that what helped Waqar Yunus and Wasim Akram was the fact that they were here playing county games. They were playing for Lancashire, Surrey, and then Glamorgan. That helped them to see something from different perspective, different wickets, how to bowl on seaming wickets, how to bowl when there's when you have cloud and you got a bit of moisture in the air as well, rather than just coming here on an England tour and think, it'd be completely alien to you. You don't really see that now, where we're sending our players out to other countries. Even when you look at the other 20 leagues, it doesn't really happen. You need them. You need to send them out, and I think that's something that's really lacking. So I'm hoping that Wasim Khan, I know you're listening. Yeah, I think we need to get on this.
Yeah. So Amy saying, to be fair, we do get that now. Pindi suit seamers, we have moved from.
Yeah, that's true. And we saw that last year in the test matches against Sri Lanka and Bangladesh. That Abbas and what's his name, Naseem Shah. Sorry, they got quite a lot from the conditions, maybe more so than some of the spinners. So yeah, maybe we're seeing that, and maybe this is all part of the the changes that are being made across cricket in Pakistan.
We've got a comment here from Adam Khan. PCB are very slow to move. The Lahore Stadium is still named after Gaddafi. I think he was the one who maybe invested in building that stadium. That's why I think they named it after him. Or correct me if I'm wrong.
I think probably certain political events have meant that might be a bit of an inappropriate name. I don't know. It's a difficult one. With respect, PCB have probably got a lot of other things to do as well at the moment. But yeah, no, I take the point. They've been quite slow to move. I feel like the current administration, I've got more faith in Wasim Khan and the people around him than I've had at any other point in the PCB in 30 odd years of following Pakistan cricket. So, not everything's going to change overnight, and they've had a lot to do, and there's still a lot of work to do, clearly. But, we are watching a Pakistan game here on Sky Sports that's being broadcast around the world on 7-8 different contracts have been negotiated. This doesn't happen we waited ages for things like this to happen. So they're doing all right.
How much do you think Wasim Khan's got involved in this? Like, will this broadcast deals with the PSL returning to home? I think it's been a massive figure for us. I think him being brought up in England, I feel like he's one of us, being a British Pakistani. For me, it's so important. And what do you reckon? What's your opinion on him, guys?
I think that Wasim Khan's been a complete breath of fresh air. As I'm trying to say this in a nice way, but like you said, Shazib, where he's British Pakistani. I think he's from Birmingham as well, isn't he? So
yeah.
So
yeah.
So he's one of your own, Shazib. Just having that kind of that different mindset, I suppose, being from outside and then brought in to head up the PCB. It's brought a different perspective in there, and he's slowly making changes. He's trying to do things differently, and he has a very good relationship with his counterpart in the ECB as well. So that's obviously been helping to bring the Senate countries, England, back into Pakistan to help to get international cricket back in. So we're seeing here the first Senate country come back on a test tour here, and England are due to come in for I think a couple of T20s, is it, before the T20 World Cup, and then they're coming back next year for a tour as well. I think he's been, you need to have someone who's able to network and has that relationship with his counterparts across the world. And Wasim Khan seems to have that in droves. I think last year there was talk of whether he was going to renew his contract or not. And I think that would have been a very, very bad for the PCB if he hadn't renewed his contract. So it's brilliant news that he has done. So as Doc's mentioned, we're taking strides. We've got the South African tour being broadcast around the world now. PSL is going to be 100% at home as well. We're on a road, we're on a journey, and we need him to stay there to steer the ship, really. If he goes, I just worry for what's going to happen then.
Yeah, I think.
We've had board presidents fall asleep in meetings. I'm trying to think of the guy. His name's on the tip of my tongue. The 2010 tour where
Ijaz Butt.
Of course, that's the one. And he started accusing England of match fixing on that tour. Just the absolute anti kind of diplomat, as it were. And so I'm delighted that we've got Wasim Khan on board. I hope he sticks around for as long as possible, because there's still a lot of work to be done. And as I say, my fear is that if someone like him, they pull the plug on him, or he pulls the plug, himself, we're just going to go backwards again. And some of the media in Pakistan have been so unfair to him, being an outsider, because obviously he's come in and he's shaken stuff up, and people in cushy jobs in departmental cricket and all that kind of stuff who've been doing very little for the past 5-10 years. If you look at the accounts of the PCB when they publish them, some of the things that the money gets spent on, it's very much kind of been jobs for the boys, and obviously they don't like it when someone comes in and changes that, but that's the only way you progress, isn't it? So yeah, I think we're all probably big fans.
Yeah, we've got a comment here from Omar. I think Wasim Khan has done more in his 2 years than I've ever seen in the PCB. I think I agree with that.
Yeah, and unfortunately, it probably shouldn't be the case, but a lot of us a no ball from Shaheen there, and it's 16 for none, and the lead is now 142. Still pretty sizable. I think anyone in a position of power in Pakistan politically or in cricket, is going to be judged a lot on relations with India. And I guess one thing that, rightly or wrongly, that is the case. How you deal with India from a political or a cricket point of view has a big impact on your popularity. And the good thing I think from that Wasim Khan has done is that he said, we're not going to beg to play India. If they don't want to play us, fine, they don't want to play us, and that's a political thing. But we're not going to beg them to play. We're just going to build better relationships with other countries. And take it from there. And that I think is a kind of a refreshing take, because I think there have been times in the past, if I think back to that 2012-13 tour where we toured India for the couple of T20s and 3 one-day games, I think there was probably supposed to be some kind of reciprocal tour. And I'm not going to get into politics and all that kind of stuff, but basically it never happened. We haven't played them since in a bilateral tournament. And I just think if we can get away, if we can be in a position where we don't need them, then that's brilliant. We can be self-sufficient.
Yeah, so I think an interesting thing there is, Doc, is going to be that for the 2023 to 2031 ICC tournament cycle, the bids are going to, all the countries need to put the bids in by this October. And Wasim Khan said that he's going to be bidding for at least a couple of tournaments in there. So it'll be interesting to see that if we get them, and if we do get them, that's obviously helping us on our journey back, because I think the last international tournament that we hosted was, have we hosted anything out other than after the 96 World Cup?
I don't think so, because 2006 Champions Trophy was supposed to be Pakistan and India, and it got moved because of security concerns. And then since then, obviously 2011 World Cup was supposed to be shared between Pakistan, India, Sri Lanka, I think, and that didn't happen either for us. So yeah, I guess it would be 96.
Yeah, I think so we prefer it all on, if we do get it, with just us instead of sharing.
Yeah, Seoul.
Yeah, Seoul us, I think. We've got a comment here from Adam. Do you think getting rid of Mickey Arthur was a good choice?
Well, that's a whole can of worms that's going to be opened at 6:30 in the morning, isn't it?
Go on, sorry, Shazeb, let's hear your thoughts on this.
Yeah. Oh.
I wasn't. Well, I'm not a fan of. Yeah, can you hear me?
We can hear two of you.
Cutting out a bit.
Okay, that's fine. Yeah, normally
is really slow.
I'm not a fan of. Give me 2 seconds. I'm going to refresh and be back here.
Please. Okay. Ask him a difficult question and his internet goes.
Yeah. It's not a difficult question, though, is it? You should know.
He's back. 1 minute.
I think we should have kept him. But anyway, I'll let Shazeb answer.
Am I back?
No. You're back, but your video's just
frozen.
If you come out, I'll take you out. If you completely log off and come back in, maybe it might make a difference.
Do you want to take this, Doc, or shall I first?
Well, you can, because I think I've already answered. I'd have kept Mickey.
Yeah, I would have kept Mickey. I don't think he did anything to warrant getting rid of him. I think he was putting a good structure in with the team, with the fitness and everything. I mean, you can look at the results, and I think it was from a, maybe from a test perspective, he wasn't getting the results that we'd all hoped for. But I don't think he'd done anything to get rid of him, really. There were the circumstances that he was got rid of. Was a bit odd, to say the least. He was part of, there was a committee that Misbah and Wasim Akram were on. So that's the committee that decided not to renew his contract, and then Misbah surprisingly managed to get that position himself. So it was a brilliant Machiavellian thing that happened. But whether or not it was a good choice to get, I don't think it was. I would have kept him personally, but we are where we are now, with Misbah. So I think we just have to. I mean, if you look at Mickey, he's over in Sri Lanka now anyway, so I don't think there's any chance that he'd come back in the near future anyway. Yeah. But that is the life we lead with Pakistan cricket.
He still talks so highly of Pakistan and Pakistan players. You can see that he really likes a lot of our players. He follows the PSL. He always talks about Babar and how good a player he is. So I think I'd have kept him gone, Cal.
I think he was emotionally attached to Pakistan cricket team as well.
Yeah,
personally.
Yeah. Just on that though, you know, Doc, when he said that Mickey's, you know, he still talks about some of our players. Yeah. So here's a question for you: some of our former Pakistan coaches, how many of them talk favorably about some of our current players? How many times have you seen that?
No, very, very, very rarely. No, of course.
And there's the point, isn't it, that if you get a foreigner who still has that emotional investment to Pakistan cricket, but you have Pakistanis who have been in the head coach position, but yet they don't say anything much about the current players. I mean, I don't watch a lot of these Pakistan kind of news conferences, cricket conferences myself, because I think the level of professionalism there sometimes leaves a lot to be lacking. Because I saw, for example, Fawad Alam was at a press conference yesterday, and I listened to a couple of the questions. I was skipping forward in YouTube, and one journalist said to Fawad Alam that you've been out for 10 years. Are you going to finally forgive the people that kept you out of the team for 10 years? And it's like, what kind of a question is that? He was just looking to get some, like a little snippet that he'd be able to, you know, then you have a breaking news thing and just publish it all over social media and stuff. And it's like, but the way,
What was his reply?
So his reply, was that whatever happened for the best. It was Allah's will. What happened, I didn't waste anything when I was playing in the domestic scene for 10 years. All those runs helped me to get where I am today. No matter what happens, it's Allah's will. If I was meant to be here, if I'm meant to get a century or whatever, it's Allah's will. You know, it was a brilliant answer. But you can just imagine that some players, they would actually use this as an opportunity. Right, I'm in the team. I've got 100. They can't kick me out of the team now. And now I'm going to get it all off my chest. I'm going to start whinging about everyone. And the fact that he didn't do that, it just shows the character of the guy. It just shows the mental attitude that he has, the mental strength that he has. And that alone, is worth a that alone he's worth his weight in gold, basically.
We've got another comment here. I think Pakistani players get more out from international coaches rather than Pakistani coaches. So I think Omar's trying to say that the foreign coaches tend to get more out of Pakistani players than the local coach. What do you think, Doc?
I mean, I would tend to agree. I think we've got to be careful when we're analysing coaching and coaches, because we're not privy to the conversations that happen behind the scenes, and we're not obviously we're very much on the outside. But when I think back over the years, I feel like where it felt like the coaches were getting the most out of the players, because obviously a coach is only as good as his players. Okay, so you can get any coach in you like. If the players aren't good enough, and they're not willing to improve, or they're not able to improve, then there's only so much a coach can do. But I feel like Bob Woolmer and Mickey Arthur, quick single here, good running. Bob Woolmer and Mickey Arthur both got more out of our players than any Pakistani coach that I can remember. And that's because they came in as neutrals. They didn't have favourites, and they were able to instill a kind of a culture into the team that was different to what was there before. I mean, I still remember Bob Woolmer, and I think, just coming back to Bob Woolmer, that they managed to kind of balance it. So I remember from Bob Woolmer saying that, we had India, 400 for 1 or something at lunch in a game in Pakistan, and he said to Inzamam, what's the plan? And Inzamam's plan was, well, obviously, first thing we've got to do, we've got to get to, we'll get to tea time, we've got to do namaz for 5-10 minutes. And Bob Woolmer was like, that's good, that's brilliant, I'm not going to change that at all. But also, what's the strategy from a cricketing point of view as well? I respect your culture, I respect your beliefs, but actually, that's got to go hand in hand with the cricketing side of things. And the same with Mickey. Mickey was well aware that there's this junior-senior culture in Pakistan cricket, and he was able to kind of accept it, but also say that, okay, we've just got to tweak a few things as well, so that players are able to speak up. So you don't feel like if you're having a go at someone else in the dressing room who's older than you, that you're having a go at your uncle or a family member or an elder. You're just having a go at another Pakistan player, and we're all equals in this team. So I feel like, a good foreign coach can marry their own techniques with Pakistani values and Islamic values and all those kind of things that we have in the team. But, it is what it is. We've got Misbah, decision's been made, and I'd probably stick with Misbah for now, to be honest.
So the scorecard is at the moment 25. I really think we need to get a wicket here. What do you guys think? Can you hear
Yeah,
me?
you know, we can hear you. Yeah, with the new ball now, we just need to make one breakthrough at least. Oof. Oof. Well, it would have been in anyway. But yeah, I think that with the new ball here, we need to get at least a wicket. What we got 20 minutes before lunch. We just need to break the partnership
At
here.
least
Just get one. We'll just get one wicket here.
Yeah, I think we definitely need one just to give us that a little bit boost.
Yeah.
Because obviously the more we're not going to get a wicket, obviously they getting scores, they're knocking the runs down. It's giving them more confidence as well. So we definitely need to get at least one wicket before lunch, I think.
There have been a couple of balls that have just misbehaved slightly. So Hassan's got a few to kind of rear up, and Elgar's almost kind of played on there. They've already taken out a second slip for Hassan. I think Hassan's only got one slip. Again, they're realizing that this is not that kind of pitch. So yeah, it's maybe I got a bit giddy with our batting, thinking that we were going to roll South Africa over. I'm still pretty confident. I still think it's one of those pitches where if we can get one wicket and then we can get spin on and we can get men around the bat and we can crowd them, then we've got a good chance.
Yeah. Do you think we should maybe put this get one of the spinners on now? Get Yasser on now? Or...
Yeah, I think that with with about 15-20 minutes left, they're definitely going to try this. At least maybe a couple of overs by the spinners before lunch. Maybe
which one? Because I'd rather go with Norman's left arm angle and probably kind of bowling a bit more wicket to wicket. I'm just going to call him Norman. I'm going to call it yeah.
Norman. It's Norman.
Yeah.
Norman.
English version. Come on, we're English Pakistanis. We're English Pakistanis. So.
You're just coming out with your Lord's prawn sandwich thing again, Norman. The guy's name's Norman.
So
English version, come on, man.
I would have Norman bowling, and I would probably have just again.
Or let me correct this. Yeah, Southern version.
Yeah. So I'd probably have the slow left arm bowler bowling because he is, as I say, a bit more wicket to wicket, and he might get something off the pitch. Elgar's been hit on the helmet there, but I think he's all right. They'll obviously do a quick concussion check, won't they? But
so if you see from his helmet, you know that from when the tragedy that happened with Philip Hughes, they have that thing at the helmet at the back. He doesn't have that there. I thought that was standard. You have to have that. He doesn't have it. That part of his neck's all exposed.
The stem guard, I think.
Yeah, he doesn't have it. I thought that was standard. You have to have it.
That.
Was it standard at international level, or was it standard at kind of all junior cricketers now have to have it? I don't know. I'm just.
I don't know, but I think it's a bit. Considering how fast these guys bowl and what's happened in the past year, I don't understand why you wouldn't have it though. He doesn't have it, and the whole part of his his head and neck there is all exposed.
Mm. He seems all right though. He seems got a smile on his face. And
close from that.
Hopefully he knows where he is.
Just take this comment. So Adam says, "Who's the worst player you have seen play for Pakistan?"
So you go first, Doc. I've got.
I'm gonna preface this because I think we've just got to be fair as well. Even the worst player for Pakistan has got more talent in kind of one hand for cricket than I've got, and all of us have got probably in combined. So we've just got to be careful and fair that these guys have still played for Pakistan and they've been international players. Saying that, Imran Farhat was awful, so bad, and so when I think of the player who gave me the least hope that he was going to do absolutely anything, I'd probably say Imran Farhat, even though he did get some runs, and I know he retired recently and he's had a long domestic career, so I take that on board. So batsman, I'm going to say Imran Farhat. Bowler, come back to me and I'll try and think of worst bowler that I can think of. But yeah, go on, Hulk. So
just while we're answering this, Adam, for everyone that's listening, it'd be interesting to know who the worst players that you guys have seen as well. So I think that the worst player that I've seen for Pakistan is whether you caveat that with is it anyone. So it could be someone who's just coming for one match or who's had a long career of 2 years, 5 years, 10 years, etc. So I'm going to look at this for someone who's had a full career with Pakistan, and that for me, top of the mountain, higher above everyone else is Kamran Akmal.
No,
and the reason I say that is that yes, when he came into the team, he came in as a wicketkeeper batsman, as a wicketkeeper. Okay, yeah, keeping is not an easy thing. So you're 100% right, Doc, that it's these people who are playing who are playing international cricket, they've got so much more skill than we will ever have. But I own this couch that I'm sat on, so I'm the king. So I'm going to say it's Kamran Akmal, because I've never seen anyone in the 30 odd years that I've been watching cricket, someone who deserves to be kicked out of the team, and he doesn't. I honestly cannot think here which one of his relatives is high up in the PCB. Yeah, the fact that he's stayed in there, it's like if you're the opposition and you see Kamran Akmal as a keeper, you know that as a team you've got 13, 14 wickets now. You don't just have 10 wickets, you've got 13, 14 wickets. The amount of catches that guy has dropped, right? It's like, what does he have to do to get kicked out of the team? I honestly, he couldn't try. He couldn't try harder to get kicked out of the team than he actually did. Okay, and there's people here that even now still support the guy. I've got nothing against him personally, but from a cricketing perspective, whatever he's doing on the domestic scene for Peshawar Zalmi, scoring runs, etc. Good luck to the guy. I'm really happy for him. But from an international perspective, please stay away from the team. We just don't want him back in the team.
But can you discount all the runs he scored though? Like the century against India at Karachi and so many others, the saving a test match in Mohali.
Yeah, so when you look at that, the runs that he scored, that India game where we were 0 for 3 and then I think 39 for 6, he did brilliantly, to bring us back into that game, and we won by a massive margin.
So he can't be the worst. Surely he can't be the worst.
He's the worst when you look at it over the full length of his career. Like I said, I'm not looking at one match here, but if you look at the full length of his career, I've never seen anyone who deserves to be kicked out of the Pakistan team as much as that guy. How long was he in the team for? 15 odd years and stuff. I'm surprised. There's just no. If you're a kid and you're and aspiring to get into the team, and you're watching someone who's got his place solidified in the team, like Kamran Akmal, and the amount of mistakes he constantly keeps making behind the stumps, it's like you're thinking, well, you're allowed to make mistake after mistake after mistake after mistake. Where's the standard? Everyone makes mistakes. Don't get me wrong, but the amount of mistakes. I think I can't remember who it was from Australia. He said that. Even if Kamran Akmal were battered like Don Bradman, it would still not equate to the amount of runs he's cost Pakistan. Even when you think of it from that level, you cannot use his batting as a justification. Yeah, we'd all love to have a Sangakkara or a Gilchrist or a Dhoni, right? But the thing is that a wicketkeeper's number one thing is to keep wickets. I don't care if he gets up for 0 every single game, but he has to be a really good keeper. That guy, did so much here to cost us so many games. And I'm sorry to go on about this, but I can talk about this for hours and hours and hours. It's horrific, the way that he was still in the team. I'm telling you, there's one of his relatives or his best mates or something. It was in the PCB to keep him in the squad for that long. He couldn't have done any more to get himself kicked out. Every time you go into you watch a game, and his name's on the team sheet there, it's like, oh my God, what are we doing? Why are we taking the mick out of ourselves? I even saw a video a few weeks ago where Mohammad Hafiz, who's called the Professor of Cricket, he selected his all-time Pakistan ODI, all-time. Not just in the time he played, but all time. You know who he chose as a wicketkeeper? Kamran Akmal. How can you choose, even in an all-time ODI, how can you choose Kamran Akmal as a wicketkeeper? It just shows that that people have this sense to, I need to include my friends here. So if he's picking one of his close friends into his all-time team, you just know that there's someone in the PCB hierarchy that's going to be doing this. Right, okay. I'm going to breathe now.
Yeah, I think you got you going in it.
Telling you, man.
you want to let all that out in it.
There's still loads left in there, Cal.
Welcome to the Stani Army therapy session.
Should we call it the Kamran Akmal show?
Yeah. Looks like someone else is listening to me, because we just had an over from Norman there, and he actually bowled quite well. So I think he'll probably get another couple. It'd be interesting to get your answer on the worst player you've seen. Obviously, maybe you've not been watching for as long as some of us, but the worst player you've seen for Pakistan, bearing in mind that obviously to play international cricket you've got to be good, etc. We've said all that.
It's a very tough question in my opinion. A worst player, it depends on how you judge the player. whether you judge him on his, say if he's a wicketkeeper, do you judge him as a batsman solely? Do you judge him on his keeping basis as well? When it comes to the worst player, probably have to Kamran Akmal, the amount of matches that he lost us just from his wicket keeping. I know his batting especially in the short format, has been quite decent, especially in the leagues, T20 leagues and stuff. But his catching is awful when you just think about it compared to what we've got now, Rizwan, and how even the half chances he grasps, it's just a big improvement from where we were when it comes to Kamran Akmal. But yeah, the question, how did he always get picked? Like, is mind baffling. Like, I need a clear answer. Like, it doesn't make sense. I know, like, it's batting, of course, he used to, come off now and then, but that
I think
question.
maybe
I don't know all the relationships, so I have to plead a bit of ignorance here. So maybe someone can correct me. But I think the Akmals, in terms of families they've married into and relationships and things like that within the PCB, I think there, people know people who know people, kind of thing. So that may well be linked, but
I don't even think we had like any of the keeper really. What could have maybe we had that one keeper. I think was it Rizwan, some Rizwan or Rizwan at that time.
No, we had Zulkan. There was Zulkarnain Header.
No, that's it. Yeah, Zulfikar. Yeah, Zulfikar Header. Obviously, he did what he did. He left. So I don't really think we had any keeper we could have really turned.
I think it's a very debatable subject if you talk about the worst player. Like, there's so many factors you could include, so many opinions you can give. So I guess it's just entitled to your own opinion, I guess.
No, top of the tree is Kamran Akmal. And so this Adam, where he's saying my creates Lord's prawn sandwiches and Akmal, so yes, but I change it around. I would put Akmal at number one. Akmal's number one. I can live with Lords and I can live with prawn sandwiches, but Kamran Akmal, the amount of trauma that guy's caused me over the past 15, 20 years, Toba.
I can remember I just mentioned his name accidentally the other day, and I nearly got slaughtered.
I remember there was a bowler that we had, I always remember him because of his name. His name was Stani Akbar, and he was a seam bowler, and I don't think he made.
No, going down leg.
Hassan's.
Don't review.
It's a very energetic appeal from Hassan, but I don't think it's out, and I don't think we're going to review it either. So yeah, Stani Akbar was a seam, and this is where sometimes. Although you say worst, actually, you mean they came in for a few games, they didn't do very well, and they were discarded again. But I remember him being pretty poor, and just thinking, how is this guy playing for Pakistan? And then there was another tall, fast bowler. I think Atif and Nawaz mentioned him yesterday, actually, for some reason. Abdul Rauf, I think, was a big fast bowler, and again, he just looked very, very, very unthreatening. This is a really interesting question from Adam that's coming actually about Olympics. I'll let someone else take it first, but
do you guys support cricket?
So sorry, Carl, just before you go into the question, apologies for interrupting. With the two people that you mentioned, Doc, the two bowlers, just think how long a career they had in Pakistan, though, and that's what separates it for me. When you talk about the worst player for Pakistan, do you judge them on just a few games they played, or do you judge someone 10, 15 years? And sorry, Carl, I'll let you carry on the question.
Okay, so the question was, do you guys support cricket being in the Olympics, or is there already too many tournaments? What do you think, Shazib?
I don't see why not. It'll only grow more, fans into the game, because Olympics is all different types of fan base that watch it. It's not just, people don't watch it for a specific sport. I reckon it's a decent shot, but it would have to work depending on who would play, how would they bring the players in, because with so much cricket that goes on in the calendar year, with the leagues, T20 leagues, the international cricket as well. Like, say for example, if Great Britain were to play, like, what players would actually play? There's so many cricketers around in the country, and like I said, they're busy as well with the stuff they got going on with the leagues and stuff. So I think that it's something that would have to properly get looked into first and then decide, but I don't have a problem with that, to be honest with you. I don't know what you guys think. Is a very open subject, I think.
What do you think? What do you think, Doc?
So for ages I thought, well, look, life is busy, I try and watch football. I have to work. I watch Test cricket. I watch one-day cricket. I watch T20 cricket. There might be the odd T20 league that I watch. Do I really have time? Thinking personally to watch cricket at the Olympics. It just seems like another tournament. So personally, I'm not sure I'd watch it. But then I also thought, can you imagine if instead of there being 9 or 10 kind of big cricket teams, if there were like 25 or 30, imagine like a 30, like in football, where there could be enough teams for like a 32 team competitive cricket World Cup. How amazing that would be. And the only way that's going to happen, obviously, is if cricket is spread around the world and there's more eyes on it. That's a good shot. Oh, it's gone through the fielder. Oh, that's poor from Azhar. I think it's Azhar, yeah. Can you imagine how good it would be if cricket was spread around the world and we did have more teams playing, and Pakistan could play Nepal and it would be just as competitive as when Pakistan played India or Sri Lanka, and you would have less kind of dead games. So I think to spread the word of cricket and to get more teams involved, it is a good idea. I think the way that they want to do it is by having T10. I know there's a T10 league starting in Abu Dhabi today. In fact, I think it's going to be on Sky Sports later as well. And T10
there's another tick.
Live and exclusive at 11:30 on Sky Sports Mix. So I think T10 is probably the way forward for it. So yeah, I think all in all, very long-winded answer. I'm in favour. I probably wouldn't watch it myself, but if it ended up with more cricket-playing nations in the future, that can only be a good thing.
I think that it's definitely one way to open up to a mainstream audience. To not be restricted just to a few countries, and it's another way to get more kids involved as well, mainstream audience. Whether it's a T20 or T20 games, I think that there's definitely an audience for it, and it gives a bit more meaning to, so you might not have as many bilateral series, you'd have an Olympics, and I think that who would not want to have an Olympic gold, if you're playing cricket for it. So I think it gives there's a lot of weight behind it as well.
I think personally, you don't need to send your main, your main country players, the main team players. So you could send like maybe under 16 or under 17 players, and then from there they can come through.
Yeah,
so
good
maybe
shot.
A good idea in that as well. Yeah,
that's the thing, isn't it? It's about you'd have to create a window as well, and that's the thing at the moment with international cricket, is that there's no windows for anything. And the one thing that I found just on that is that I found it really, really sad that Australia are going to be playing kind of two separate tours at the same time. They've got this white ball tour of New Zealand coming up, and they've got this test draw of South Africa. And you just think, I just wish cricket, cricket doesn't help itself, does it? Sometimes, where you think, as an Australia fan, if you know that all your test players are in South Africa, or even as a New Zealand fan, if you're going to the games, all their test players are in South Africa. And so you're kind of getting the second string playing a T20 series. Are you going to go to it? Are you going to watch it on TV? And then we say, oh, cricket's only played in a few countries, but
almost
not good enough, bro.
I think Ramiz is making the point that since Hassan Ali's come around the wicket, he's been bowling it a little bit better. It's I think we can all say that with 4 minutes to go till lunch, maybe we thought we might have created a few more chances, and
I think they've had it a bit too easy, innit? I think they've had it a bit too easy. What do you think, guys?
Pitch looks in favour for the batsman as well, which is quite annoying.
Yeah, we were expecting that.
Definitely, innit?
Oh, that one's bounced a bit low and hit Rizwan. Yeah, I think we would have. I don't know. I had visions of kind of 34 for 3 by now, and ball spinning out of the rough. Looks like Shazeb's got a family member on to put comments in. So
I must have posted a link in one of the lads must have joined, but can't disagree with that.
No, absolutely.
Well, what's happened is that Shazeb's given 20 quid to one of his fans, just like you.
Yeah, I'm getting paid from this by giving him the money.
Yeah,
It's been brilliant to have you on today, though. Thanks for coming on. It's been really good chatting to you.
Yeah, it's been a good one chatting to you guys. Good experience for me as well.
Yeah, good man.
Got a comment from Adam. What do you think is the future of Test cricket outside of the UK? There is no real interest, especially in the subcontinent. You can see by the number of Pac fans in UK grounds in white versus red ball. What do you think, Shazib? You're new to the game.
Test cricket was definitely more popular when I first got into it. When I say popular, I mean between like my friends and my cousins. Like I even get a few friends now saying when I Pakistan playing, and then I give them like a certain date, and then they ask me, is it a test or is it T20? And I say test, then automatically they're not interested. I feel like it's a more common thing over the years go by, and more people are interested in just watching T20 leagues. Uh, I think eventually Test cricket not will die out, but it will get less popular, and the impact of these T20 leagues is a factor in that. And outside the UK, I don't really talk to anybody outside the UK when it comes to fans and Test cricket. But in the UK, definitely, when it comes to like I guess you could call them casual fans, they're more interested in these T20 leagues, which is I don't know how you look at it. You could look at it as a bad thing or a good thing, depending on how you see Test cricket personally.
I personally think, yeah, that it's more to do with, I think maybe our Pakistani fans, they're more into the shorter version of the game than the tests. Where if you look at, for example, England, Australia, New Zealand, South Africa, all their fans, whenever you see they're having a game, their grounds are full. When it comes to like any of our Pakistani test games and all that, our fans they tend to stay away from the test side. What do you guys think, Doc? Mo?
Yeah, I think it's I mean it's lunch by the way, so it's 37 for none at lunch, and the lead is 121. So they've chipped away quite well there. I have to say, you've got to give South Africa credit. They were pretty positive in that session as well. I don't know how many overs were bowled. I think they must have 12 overs for 37 runs. They've been going at and 3 and over. I mean, I would say, I mean, Adam just pointed out about South Africa fans. I wouldn't add them on the list in terms of kind of fervent, passionate fans at the moment, because I agree some of their stadia can be quite empty. I think it's a wider thing. I think this is a society in 2021 issue. People don't have the time, and people don't want to spend the time 5 days to watch Test cricket. And that could be because of ticket prices. It could be because they've got work, and it just generally society, everything moves quicker. You know, if you can book a holiday online in like 30 seconds, are you really going to sit there and wait 5 days for a result in Test cricket, especially when there's an equivalent form that seems more exciting that is over in 3 hours? So I think what will happen is the pattern we're seeing, and all you've got to do is look at the World Test Championship, look at the number of games India, Australia, and England play, and then look at the games that Sri Lanka, Bangladesh, West Indies play. I think Test cricket, as time goes on, is essentially going to be played between the bigger nations or the big three. And I think there'll be fewer and fewer Test matches. You look at the number of tours where it looks like we're going to play Sri Lanka in 3 Test matches, 3 T20s, and then a few weeks before the tour, they put a couple of one-day games in, or they add an extra T20 in, and the Test match series goes down to 2 tests, because Test matches are not profitable for boards because people don't watch and TV companies aren't interested. So I don't think it's going to kind of die out. I think it'll always be there, but I think people will just play less and less of it. I will never stop watching Test cricket because it's what I grew up on. But I think as the next generation of fans grows up on less Test cricket, they'll be less interested in 10, 20 years' time.
Yeah. So lunch day 3 in South Africa, 37 for no. The trial by 121 runs. I think we needed at least 1 wicket for lunch.
Yeah, I agree.
I wouldn't sound too disheartened at that. That we haven't managed to get a wicket. We've still got a sizable lead, well over 100, and we expected the day 3 wicket to be good for batting anyway. So, we've got runs to play with. At the end of the day, who knows what's going to happen in the next 2 sessions. So don't be too disheartened.
Yasser hasn't bowled as well, so he's a key factor for us today. So can't wait to see him bowl and hopefully pick up some wickets.
Yeah, South Africa. To be fair to South Africa, they've. If you look at the way we batted yesterday morning, where we came out with a bit of intent, as we've mentioned a few times, South Africa, it would have been very easy for them. And I imagine if it was Pakistan in this situation, block. We've got about 2 days here. We're miles behind in the game. But actually, they haven't done that. They've come out with, again, that word, intent. They've been positive. They've rotated the strike. They've put the bad balls away for 4. Obviously, it's whenever we talk about Pakistan, we're very, most of us, anyway, I am very one-eyed, and it's very tempting sometimes just to look at things from a Pakistan point of view. But there's two teams in a contest all the time, isn't there? And to be fair to South Africa, they've batted really well in that 40 minutes.
Yeah. Just to throw a question at you guys, and obviously all the viewers as well. So, like Adam asked, who's the worst player we've ever seen for Pakistan? Flipping it over, then, who's the best player who's ever played for Pakistan that we've seen? So that's a question to all the viewers as well. But in the, I suppose in the 10 odd years that you've been watching Shazib, who's been the best player that you've seen?
Again, a broader subject. Someone that popped up in my mind is Saeed Ajmal, because every time he come on to bowl, I was so confident that a wicket was going to fall. That's how he used to make me feel. And as a player, if he's giving you that type of feeling, it makes me think, you know what, this is the guy. This is the guy that we need. Ajmal with the T20, one day test, all formats as well. He has to be the guy for me, because the amount of confidence he gave me whenever he come on to bowl, whenever we need a wicket, he used to always get it. And on top of that, it's all three formats that he was really good at, not just one format. Depending on how you answer the question, if I take all three formats and put it into a context, for me, Saeed Ujmal, I'm so sad that he never had a longer career. Obviously, he had the problem with the bowling action or whatnot. That's another debatable thing. But Saeed Ajmal era started, that's when I really got into cricket. Saeed Ajmal for me has been the guy that I could possibly say, in my opinion, best player I've seen.
Just on Ajmal, before I'm sure we'll give our opinions as well in terms of best players. Do you think his career, and I'll ask Shazib actually, do you think his career is slightly tainted, or his legacy is tainted? And I'm not a biomechanic, so I can't be an expert on this, but the whole chucking thing, the 15 degrees, the fact that a lot of players who played him when he was getting away with bowling the way that he did still say, you talk to Graham Swan, who's another off spinner, and he still says, I didn't think it was ever fair when we were playing Pakistan, because here was me bowling my traditional off spin and here was Ajmal kind of chucking it. So do you think that taints his legacy a little bit?
I think it depends. Like, say in 10 years, what will, not Pakistani fans, but like in general, what will the cricket fans say about Ajmal? Because there will be some people that, like you say, like Swan, that say stuff like, "Oh, it was unfair. He was chucking against us." I think it just depends on the cricketing fans on how they see him. Obviously, as us Pakistani fans, we're loving it on what he done. Like you said about the chucking thing. For me, I don't look at that stuff. He done the job for us, and he gave his 100%. And I hope people don't look down on him, because if they do, I just feel that it's not jealousy, but you will get some people that try to put him down and uh, not talk about how good he was as a bowler. But I think it depends on what generation as well. Like,
yeah, no, I mean, I'm a massive fan of Ajmal, and for me, it doesn't change anything at all. And I can think of so many games that he won for us, especially in limit over stuff. But just thinking whether that makes a difference for anyone. Hulk and Cal, okay, best player, but you cannot say Wasim ul Waqar. Sorry.
For me, I personally think Mohammad Yusuf was a really good player, because when he used to come in, you knew he's a wall. He's gonna just score runs. He was like, for our middle order batsman, he was one of the best, I think, personally. He always, whenever he used to come to the crease, you knew he was just gonna score runs. As a batsman, anyway, I think he was one of the best players we had. As a bowler, I'd agree with Shazib. Saeed Ajmal was a bowler when you'd think he'd come on, that's it, we're gonna get a wicket. And I think they killed his career off personally. I don't really agree with this 15 degree and all this thing, because there's many bowlers out there of other teams what maybe have got a worse action than Saeed Ajmal, but they never got questioned. Nothing happened to him. For example, Murli, he you couldn't even tell how he was born. It looked like he was chucking the ball, but he never got questioned.
Cal, he did. No, Cal, he got quite. No, he did get. He never got banned though. I take your point.
Exactly, yeah, but how extremely they went against, they went after Saeed Ajmal. I think none of the players, like even now Ashwin, his action is different. What's it called? West Indies bowler. I think he's got pulled a few times. Was it What was his
Sunil Narayan as well.
Yeah. But Saeed Ajmal, they just killed his career. He was never the same bowler once he changed his action. And for me, when he used to come on, he was a threat. To any team, he was a threat. And he was the go-to bowler to get a wicket. So I think he was one of the best bowlers we had. And the batsman, I'd say Mohammad Yusuf. Hulk.
Yeah, so Doc's kind of ruined this for me because I was into the Watchalong, yeah. The way that I look at it is that when you like a player, it's like who gives you the most confidence. And I look at someone who kind of gets into who the opposition are kind of most afraid of, that they're going to take the game away from them. So I agree with Kal that for me it has to be Mohammad Yusuf, because he was like always the rock of the team from a batting perspective. He was the kind of the one wicket that that the opposition most wanted in that that kind of try in that rock solid middle order that we had with Yunus Khan and Inzi as well. I was umming and ahhing between Inzi and Mohammad Yusuf, but just think Mohammad Yusuf, you just looked at him, and you just knew that he's the man. So I know we've had some of the comments there that Babar Azam would be in there as well. I think, inshallah, Babar Azam gets up to where Mohammad Yusuf was, and hopefully, inshallah, goes even beyond that. But for me, it would be, Mohammad Yusuf as well. From a bowler, I'm torn because I like the the kind of in-your-face bowlers who intimidate you and stuff. I think when I look back, even though he's had so many issues and controversies and stuff, I'm just tempted to say Shoaib Akhtar because when you go to the grounds and you see someone running up off like 25 plus yard, 25 plus paces, you don't see anyone doing that now. And I think that just shows, and bowling close to 100 miles an hour, you don't see anyone doing it, even getting close to that. And it just shows you the level of skill that he had and the control he had as well. I mean, back in those days, you had Shoaib, you had Brett Lee as well. I think you had a couple of other Australians as well. But the kind of that when he was, I think Shoaib Akhtar would be one. And then the other one, I know that this is going to be a controversial thing, but it has to be Shahid Afridi.
Yeah,
say not Shahid Afridi, because a lot of people say that plays well in one innings, and that's his and he's solidified. He's got his name in the team for the next 100 games. The thing with Afridi was that if you failed at batting, he had his bowling. If he failed at his bowling, he had his fielding. He was such a multi-dimensional player. He was always in the opposition's faces as well. So he always brought something to the team as well. So actually thinking about it, I think Shahid Afridi is such an enigma that he would definitely be up there. And I think it's unfortunate in one aspect, but it's not, when in his second game he got 137 balls, and that kind of set him up for the rest of his career. Everyone expected him to always get that. And I think he kind of pandered to the crowd quite often. I think Jeffrey Boycott said once that I think he was here in Pakistan or maybe over in England, and he had he was having a chat to Afridi and kind of giving him, some of his Boycott wisdom, and he said that whatever you say to him, it goes in one year, and then when he goes out to bat, he just forgets it and he just swings hell for leather. So I think that the level of excitement that Afridi brought to the team, to the world cricket, no matter who you are, when Afridi was batting, you were glued to your TV screen. I don't care who you are. And I think just for that, for the personality that he brought to the team, actually, I think Afridi,
So we've got another question.
And the thing with Afridi is, I think he was slightly mismanaged as well. I think if you had said to, again, you talk about players and kind of uncluttered minds. Afridi doesn't strike me as a kind of really deep thinker about the game. Okay, and I feel like there were times when we made him think more than he needed to. If we had just said, listen, in one-day cricket, first 15 overs, yes, you will get out to the new ball in certain conditions. Yes, you are going to edge. Yes, you're going to hit a top edge and you're going to get out straight away in some matches. But we have got no one else in this team who is better at taking advantage of a power play or whatever you want to call it back then. First 15 overs, just go out there and go nuts. Don't worry about who's coming behind you. They'll sort it out. Because if Afridi comes off 1 in 5, we'll win that game.
Yeah.
And obviously that gives him more confidence. And of course, as his career went on, 1 in 5 became 1 in 7, became 1 in 10, became 1 in 12. And I think it was really, really stupid to have Afridi coming in down the order. Because when you're coming in down the order, yes, you can win a game. You might get 70 off 30. but you've got to think at the end of the game. You've got to think about the guy at the other end. You've got to bat with the tail. There's pressure on at the end of the game. When it's 0-0, there's no pressure. You haven't lost any wickets yet. I just would have had a Afridi opening, and I know people will disagree, but I'd have had a Afridi opening in one-day cricket all of his career. But anyway,
the other thing with that is that if he opens, the field is all up as well. I think you've only got a couple of fields out as well. So, yeah.
How many times was Afridi caught on the boundary? Of course, he's going to go through shots, and they're not all going to come off, are they? But the number of times he was caught, square leg, long on, long off, and you just think if that was a power play, that would have been a boundary.
Yeah.
So
he would have scored a lot more runs.
Yeah. So just before Cal moves on, Doc, your answer.
Oh, so very quickly, you were talking about Yusuf and Inzi. So for me, I always got very nervous as a kid watching Pakistan bat, as I'm sure we all did. But if Inzamam was there, I was happy, and I could watch the game safe in the knowledge that Uncle Inzamam is there and everything's going to be all right, and he'll soak up the pressure, and then he'll take the fast bowlers to the cleaners. So for me, it's Inzamam. I'm just a massive Inzamam fan. He always looked so. I know he was a bit cumbersome in his appearance, but in terms of being kind of comfortable against fast bowling, he always looked so comfortable. He always had so much time. His strike rate, he'd always, improve the strike rate by the end of the innings. I thought he was an underrated captain. Huge Inzamam fan. And just as a personal like, I'm not saying he was the best, but I always liked Abdul Razak as well. I always thought Razak was someone who brought a lot to the team. So, and like my mum said, he looks like a nice boy as well. So, big Razak fan.
Okay, so we'll go on to the next question from Adam. If I offered you the chance to watch Pak beat India in a World Cup final front row, but you could never attend another cricket match, would you take it? Who wants to take this one?
I wouldn't take it. I wouldn't take it at all.
Come on, I'm asking you, Hulk. I'm asking you the question.
Yeah, so no, I meant that I wouldn't take the offer. That's what I mean. I wouldn't take the offer, because to me, I get so much enjoyment out of going to games. That I'd be just as happy sitting at home watching Pakistan beat India in a World Cup final. And then just carry on going to the games for the inshallah for the rest of my life.
I couldn't agree more. Like, there's no way. I know that game is big as it sounds, but to not go to another one again, that can't happen. Front row World Cup, inshallah, one day, but I couldn't take the offer. No.
I think it's a good question, isn't it? And I'd be interested if Adam himself, being 17, I think Adam yesterday mentioned he was 17 or thereabouts. Would you take that? Because at 17, if you're watching Pakistan beat India, but then you can never watch another cricket match in your life, that's a long time. Oh, we've got Imi on.
Imi, is he connected or?
Imi's there. I can only see Imi, and I can't see anyone else. But we'll push on. There we go. That's better. So yeah, I think it's a good question. I'd be interested if Adam would do it. Are we taking in a heartbeat? Fair play. No, not for me. I would. I think I'd miss going to games too much. And also, if let's say I had to watch that one on TV, 4 years later we'll be in another World Cup final and we'll beat them then. So, yeah, no, not for me.
Assalamu alaikum, you okay?
Walaikum assalam. All good. How you doing?
Yeah, alhamdulillah, good.
What did you make of it, Imi?
Well, our batting was good. I watched the first 3 overs of our bowling, and I was watching it, and the next thing I know, my alarm went off at 7 o'clock, and I was like, "What happened there?" I must have just fallen in. So I don't even know what about 30 odd? I don't know.
They're 37 for not 121. We still got a lead of 121.
Completely lost track there.
I'm sorry. I'm gonna leave. So Jazakallah khair for everyone that tuned in. Jazakallah for Kala and Shazeb. It's your first time as well. Thanks for joining, and Doc as well. And I'll leave you in the capable hands of Imi and everyone. Allah Hafiz, everyone.
Allah Hafiz.
Yeah. So, batting wise, if you remember yesterday, I did say not on the show, but like on the WhatsApp, I was saying that we need to attack. because it's that one of them sort of pitches, even though it has flattened out on that, that day 2, day 3 thing, yeah, it has happened. But it's one of them pitches where, as a tail ender, you've got a ball written with your name on there anyhow. Eventually, you've got one written on there, so you may as well chance yourself. But yeah, I think Hassan played a very poor shot, regardless, because he's better than that. I mean, you can attack, but you don't have to, completely sort of like slog. And that was like a shot that you expect from a number 11. But the other two, that was perfect counter attack batting, and it sets a platform because what it does is it's momentum. If we lost like the 2 wickets like for 5 runs this morning, South Africa come back with a lot of momentum and say, you know what, we've just bungled them out, and it's been easy. But when we added 70 odd runs in the morning, it basically adds a because they go a bit more demoralised. That's that. Thank you, Cal, for joining. I'm going to chuck you out today. I want to be the boss.
And let you take over me on that. Jazakallah Shazab for coming on and doc.
Thanks, man. See you later, bro.
Okay.
Take care.
Allah Hafiz.
So yeah, it's one of them. It's momentum, but I don't think we've lost it in that. 37 runs, and I don't think you use the momentum. It's an opening partnership. I think has Yasser bowled yet?
No, Yasser hasn't bowled, and we've seen an overall 2, I think, from the man. I don't think it's gonna be very long until we see spin from both ends in this innings. To be honest, after lunch, Hassan was got a couple of balls to kind of misbehave on a decent length. Shaheen, apart from that one LBW appeal, didn't look particularly threatening, but I think maybe a few overs of Hassan after lunch with spin from one end, and then it won't be very long till we have spin from both ends. And test them out. Generally in cricket, if you can do what the opponent doesn't want you to do, then that's usually a good thing. And I think the one thing South Africa don't want right now is spin from both ends, 100 behind, men round the bat. That's a nightmare scenario for any South African cricketer growing up, really, isn't it? That's just totally alien kind of conditions for them. So that's kind of the approach I would take this afternoon. And there's no, I mentioned earlier, I was surprisingly confident for a change. I thought this game might even be over today, but maybe it's not. Maybe that looks looking a bit optimistic. But I think we can make big inroads into their batting lineup today, definitely.
Yeah, I don't feel the wickets flattened out. So you do expect them to have some sort of fight, but I think 158 lead is significant. I mean, it's massive in the context and where we were, say 21 hours ago, about that, 22 hours ago. Sorry, a little bit longer than that. Right? It was the night before. Or even say at the start of play yesterday where we were, you know what? We would have bitten anyone's hands off here to be in a situation like that. So we'll take it. But yeah, I think Yasser's going to be the key here. I think experience, just to know how to bowl on these wickets, everything else. Our seamers, anything you get out of our seamers is going to be a bonus. On a day 3 Karachi pitch, the way it's going, it's going to be very much a bonus.
I mean, it goes back to the makeup of the team, and I know this is something that we've spoken about loads, so we won't hammer home the point too much. But obviously, I know he got runs, but Shazeb, do you think this was a game for Fahim Ashraf, or would you have maybe picked a spinning all-rounder? Not that it matters right now, but just interested to get your quick thoughts on that.
I think time will tell, because we don't know how the pitch is going to react later, or even on day 5 if they go that long. But I think we got to wait until the match is over to see if Fahim was a good pick or not. Obviously, batting wise, he's done amazing. He still probably will have a point innings left in him when you chase. But to think about the selection wise, I think after the game we can have a fair analysis on it and decide if he was the right pick or not.
Yeah.
I mean, like batting wise, I mean, if we had another six batsmen, I know it's we're judging now after seeing his innings. You know, if you had another six batsmen, exactly what you would have needed, around 60 odd runs in the fight back. So he done his job that way. It might actually be quite an interesting bowler as well on this wicket because he's someone who sort of brings the ball back. He doesn't really bowl the outswingers. He sort of tries to nip it back. So he might actually bring the LBW into shout. And later on, if it does reverse, it might actually just about help him. But yeah, I think the two key are Yasser and Naman. They've got to bowl well.
And there's a few comments coming in, and there's one. I think there's one about Wasim Khan. We did mention Wasim Khan earlier. We spoke in a bit of detail about the kind of the good things that he's done for Pakistan cricket. And then that next one's interesting from Adam, where he asked if we were good enough, whether we choose to represent Pakistan or England if we had the choice. Shazam, what do you reckon?
For me, it's a no-brainer. It has to be Pakistan. Like growing up, just watching them going to games, the passion I have in me just to watch Pakistan play, let alone play for them. I know it's maybe a touchy subject with some people, but for me, it's a no-brainer. If I was good enough, representing Pakistan would be the dream. Basically, that's what any like Pakistani fan would want. But
who are we representing right now? I think that answers the question.
That's what I'm saying. There you go. 100%,
yeah, but does representing Pakistan in international cricket not mean relocating to Pakistan and all that kind of stuff?
Yeah,
it
does. It does. And we probably won't get into their team anyhow because Pakistan only sort of seem they don't do the England route of like picking people that are not their own. So, I mean, they could have had opportunities of picking up players from outside. I mean, imagine if Usman Khawaja was English born. England would have done everything here for him to do that. So yeah, this I think Doc's got to go as well now. So
yeah, go ahead. So good to chat, Shazab. Lovely to meet you on here for the first time. Thanks for the comments and keep them coming in, guys. And hopefully see you all soon. And inshallah, we'll get the win at some point today.
Good speaking to you, Doc, man. Take care of yourself.
Cheers, guys.
All right, take care.
So yeah, so that's that. But yeah, it's I don't know what I was going to say there.
How much would you want to chase on this pitch? Would you reckon? That's what I'm saying. With us chasing, you just don't know, man. Like even if it's like 150, even if it's 120, like it would still be a close game.
You know what? We were at was it Lords? No, it was at the Oval in 2016. Yeah, we need 40 odd to win. Yeah. And I remember looking at Nav here, and Nav goes to me, Amy, I'm essing it. Basically, we're chasing 40.
With 40,
46. Yeah. We're chasing 46, and he's like, nah. But that's our feeling when we're chasing. We're never comfortable. So it's one of them, yeah. I don't know. I think anything under 150 I'll settle for.
Even that will be a bit.
exactly, and they'll do well to make us chase 150 because that means they got to score 300 plus right now. Good for it'll be a very very good effort for them. But ideally, 100, 120, even better 70 odd.
Make it 40 as well in that case.
I'll take that right now. Or in the other case, just don't bat again.
Yeah, man, like big session coming up anyway. It just like I said, Yasser Shah has a bowler and he will be the key guy for us to pick up the wicket. So hopefully he does come on soon after lunch and him and the man can build some sort of pressure and the full shot could be played by either the batsman because the pitch doesn't look like it's gonna help us. So we gotta keep putting pressure on him, make him play a few dot balls.
and make a play a full shot. But gotta hope for the best, man.
Yeah, definitely. So that's where we are right now. It's gonna be an interesting one coming up, and I think it's gonna be me, you, and Nav a little bit later. And I think it might just heat up because me and Hamza had a very much full-on blown well, not argument, but let's say full-on blown debate yesterday, and this
What was it about?
lasted for an island. So we had this full-on debate
Okay.
yesterday, which is it's bound to kick off again now live on air. Oh, it's gonna be an interesting one. It was an argument, but yeah, it was a full-on debate because Hamza has always been a forward island in, and I have always been a forward island. I don't really, I've never rated forward island.
Okay.
So we had this full-on debate where. But then what I don't agree with is when someone says that Fawad sort of should if we wasted 10 years on him because if he played in 2010, for example, if you're going 10 years back, and if he had two bad series,
We got
we
dropped.
may
Yeah,
never,
exactly.
we may never see him again. We might not be sitting here talking for Fawad Alam today. Yeah, there might be someone else playing. So that was my argument to that. But yeah, let's see. Let Hamza come and let it kick off because it will kick off. But it was a full on.
You know what? It's good, man. It's good. Yeah.
It was full blown.
It's good to have debates sometimes, man. Yeah.
I think we started about. I would say about half an hour before play ended yesterday.
Okay.
And this debate carried on for at least I remember we were still discussing this about 9:30, 10:00. It was
Wow.
just like it'll stop, and then someone will say something else, and it'll trigger again, and we'll go back into it again, and it just would not. And in the end, I said to Hamza, "You know what? Leave it. Let's sort this out, face to face."
Where was Fawad on this point? Was what was he on? Was he nearing to his century? Was he on 50? Was he?
When this debate started, I think he just got to his 100.
Oh, okay, that's even more feisty. Like after making his 100,
He just got to his 100, and this debate started, and it kicked off even. But at first, it wasn't that bad, and then it sort of just got a bit more feisty as it went along. So
yeah.
It's one of them. But I mean, good luck to the guy. As I said yesterday, anyhow, good luck to him. I mean, I'd love to be proven wrong, but I still got my doubts. If the ball is moving around, if it's seeming conditions, I've still got my doubts on him. That's just a personal opinion. I mean, I would love to be proven wrong because me getting proven wrong means that Fuad's doing well and
Exactly,
the team's doing well.
Mm.
It means the team's doing well. So I would take that.
So looking forward to the debate today.
It will happen at some point, especially if the game, if a lot's not happening during the game, it'll definitely happen. Just gonna.
Who else was in the live yesterday while you two were going at it?
Oh, this was everyone else was sort of doing their Mitch Masala.
Just adding the assault in, yeah.
Yeah, that's a Pakistani thing, isn't it? So that's that.
I remember at Twitter yesterday as well. I think Hamza tweeted something about a good day's play, and he was bigging up all the players that done well. He never included Fahim in there, and Umar commented saying something about what about Fahim with the laughing emoji. So he's got a bit of a not against Fahim, but he's got a few opinions on him as well. Hamza does.
Yeah, no, I think on Fahim, it's just that he thought that New Zealand he could understand it. He could understand picking him in New Zealand. Though at first it wasn't his first choice, he was just thinking that we could have gone a different route, but he was fine with him in New Zealand. He just thinks that if you're in Pakistan, you just pick the extra batsman that can just bowl a bit. So that's fair dues. I mean, at the start, I would have considered not picking for him as well, because I would have thought, right, do we go with 5 bowlers, or do we go with 6 batsmen? So I'll probably will go with Shakil at 6 as well.
Yeah, we got a few games to come. Surely they'll be given a chance. But for him, first innings, obviously he batted well, and if he can keep it up, no one can really complain about it. So it's an interesting one. It leads to good debates. It does for him. Even the number second spinner role as well. Like I remember I was reading a few tweets yesterday about Numan. I'm like, it's too early to really judge him yet. Like I know he's 34. I think his age, what people like talking about, but we've seen in the past with people like Zulfikar Babar. Who else was it? Abdul Rahman? I think was a bit late in his career when he come in as well. So with these guys, I know for the future wise, it's not really beneficial, but short term. I don't really have a problem with these type of players coming in as long as it's not like 3-4 players late in the careers coming in. What do you reckon about these kind of players where they come in late into the career? What's your stance on it?
There's 2 things to that, but one, you feel sorry for the player because a lot of grinding. But then when they do, on the positive side, when they do come in, they've matured.
Exactly.
As a cricketer, especially as a spinner, because the maturity levels, you need to know how to bowl. Now, like a lot of people criticize Shadab, but they forget his age and everything else. And as a leggy, you normally see leggies develop, mid-20s and sometimes like late 20s. That's when they sort of develop because they realize how to lengths to bowl, how to work batsmen out, and that only happens when you've grinded so many overs in professional cricket.
Exactly.
Because in club cricket and everything, you don't have that grind. Because, for example, Shadab or any other leggy that's going to play international cricket is probably too good for that level. So they'll probably get wickets for fun. So they don't do that. But I mean, a lot of people, even Yasser, if you think about it, he came pretty late.
100%.
So probably not as late as what Noman is for now. I think Noman's 33. I think so. That's very late. But again, I've got no problems because it's their career is shorter. But if the career like Noman now has come in, if you can give us a couple of years, even 2 years, and be successful, if he could play 20 tests for us, 50 odd wickets, well, you know what? He's done his job for us, and he'll probably look back at it and say, "I've got a satisfied career because I've achieved something out of it at the end."
Yeah, 100%. Especially in home conditions as well. Like in Karachi, he's probably played I don't know how many games, but he must be surely used to playing there now. So it'll be interesting to see as well how he bowls now in this innings as well. So there'll be a bit of pressure on him coming in this late into his career. So he knows that he needs to pick up wickets and make an impact to the team. But let's see what happens. I don't want to give an early opinion on him. He's only had 1 innings as well. Batting wise as well, he looked pretty strong. To be fair, I know he got out playing not a dumb shot, but a shot that you wouldn't expect. But I've seen a few people say as well that he's been a bit handy with the bat in domestic circuit. He's got 1050s, I think. So anything down the lower order helps. And as we saw today morning and yesterday, the lower order just literally carried us over the lead. So got to knock these runs off now. 121 trail by hopefully some early wickets coming. I think it's lunch. Yeah, they're coming out now.
Yeah. I think we've got Nav and Hamza will be joining us. Hamza's running a little bit late because he's got to drop his daughter to Nursery. He'll be with us at 8, and then if you need to go for a break, just let me know.
Yeah, we'll do. Yasser looks like he's bowling. This guy took his hat off. So, Yasser, that's good. Need some early wickets, man. You don't want him to slowly get into their own lead, you get me?
Yeah. My angle's going to be a bit different because I'm going to be watching like this.
Where are you saying?
I'm basically right now. I'm in my little boy's bedroom.
Okay.
So I took the TV off the wall now, and I brought it into his room, and then like he's sleeping with his mum right now, so I've had to put the TV on the floor because he's got a little box room.
The thing to do for Pakistan cricket.
Oh, incredible! If I had to just show you.
Oh, is that you watching it? I love that you can see it. It's all blessed, man.
I can see it, but just my angle's going to be like that when I'm watching the cricket. It's not like I can watch both screens together.
Yeah, it's all good.
Unless I sit that way side of the bed, which is a bit more uncomfortable. I'll decide as we go along.
Come on, Yasser, man. Early wickets needed.
So what's that? 37 for no wicket, training by 121?
Yep.
So let's go.
Two
attacks, that's good.
Yeah, good move. We had 1 wicket as well. I don't know if you saw overturned, Shaheen.
I saw that one. Yeah, I saw that one. I think that's probably that's the last thing I probably can remember. And I was just lying down because the TV's in that angle. I was lying down and watching it, and I must have fallen asleep. And good job, yeah. I put an extra alarm on at 7 o'clock. And that alarm was only so I've got because I knew I'm coming on at 7:20. I thought that alarm's just to alert me to get the laptop on and everything else. And I woke up with that. I was like, damn, run, run.
Who would you go with the second over? Will you bring on the man? Would you go with the Seamer, Fahim?
I'll probably give Fahim a couple of overs here. Just
Fahim.
A couple, just to see, because I don't think it gives us any harm, and then you get Noman on after that.
He gives us good accuracy as well for him. All his bowling stump to stump. We gotta keep making the batsman play, man, because his pitch is not helping us.
No. I mean, it's just stump to stop bowling for a bit, just for a little bit, and then we'll see where we are.
Yeah, exactly.
So it's a good start from Yasser.
Yeah, that's what you always get with him. Good accuracy. Odd short ball will be bowled, but that's another underrated aspect for Yasser, in my opinion. His accuracy for a leg spinner is really good. Always stump to stump.
I think that's where he in setup conditions. I think that's one thing that he does do. He bowls too many bad balls because he's looking for a wicket all the time. Whereas once he comes to the subcontinent, he knows there's something in there for him, and he bowls a lot more better lines because he knows things are going to happen. He doesn't go around searching for the wickets because he knows if I keep going, if I keep plugging away, I'll pick up these wickets. So
exactly. He's a fighter as well. He never gives up.
That's definite. Good first over for him. Very good first over.
I know. It's interesting to see who Babar goes with. I'll be keeping my eye on Babar's captaincy as well. I know it's his first game, but sometimes it's good to look early on how he performed as a captain. And I think this innings as well, especially, there will be a lot of people keeping an eye on him as well to see how he attacks the batsman, to see if South Africa do get into a partnership, what will he do, who will he turn to, what will his plan B be, and what his field will be. So I don't want to jump on that aspect too much, his captaincy, because it is his first game, but it's good to have early sightings on how he is, to be fair.
From what I've judged, I mean, it's going to be Shaheen first up.
Yeah, it is Shaheen, yeah.
What do you call it? From what I've judged quite early in his captaincy, in T20s and everything else, he is quite aggressive. I thought he was very quiet. As a player, he's always been quite quiet, smiling, giggling away. But as a captain, he's been like, if he sees a mistake, he lets them know. So hopefully that's a good trait. But yeah, he needs help. Some people like Azad, there's
100%.
Fawad, there's just one. You know, he's got experience around him in them players. Even Yasser, and they can turn around to him and say, like, you know what, this isn't working. Let's try this. I'm not too sure why we've only got one slip, quite a wide slip right now.
Yeah, I just seen that as well. That's a bit of a questionable one. I think maybe he's looked at the pitch and thought the edge is probably one, but we need a second slip, I think, anyway.
I mean, I can't remember a batsman getting out at slip in this game. No, I think there was only one.
There was one, yeah.
One. But the ball's still fairly new. Maybe just for this spell.
Mm.
It won't be anything worse here than taking an edge and then flying through that area right
The
now.
worst feeling.
And I always hate a wide first slip because I always hate a wide first slip because if it goes between the keeper and that first slip, there's nothing more irritating than that. Because it's like, why do you just have him in his normal position?
Exactly.
So it's one of them.
Hopefully the fielding is on point as well. Fielding, it will be a big thing as well. We started off well fielding. Man took the catch. We had 2 run-outs. I think you tweeted that before. I couldn't believe it. Like 2 run-outs. I'm like, why is happening? They were good run-outs as well. It wasn't like the batsmen were making any mistakes during the running. It was just that good fielding. So hopefully they don't. I know end of the innings, in the first innings, we dropped a few. I think there was a couple.
3.
Was it 3? Was it?
3
Oh, there we
in
go.
total.
Yeah, so we don't need any of that because South Africa right now, there's a shot there. That's what I mean. They're gonna get confident as the day goes on if they don't lose any wicket. So if even half chance comes up, we need to take it. I know we're not good with chance catches are like 50-50 where top side will take them. So if a catch does come back,
it was 3 because I think Faf got dropped by Abid.
And
then we missed it. And then from Hassan Ali against Rabada, we dropped 2 and 2.
it was 2 and 2. Yeah. Now I remember.
So we dropped. I think Yasser dropped 1, didn't he? Was it Yasser?
Yeah, Yasser. Yeah, he was in slip. He went straight.
Yeah, that was actually a slip one. Yeah.
Oh. Good bowling. Just short, man. Hurt him as well.
His hitman's got on his fingers. So.
Going back to the Barber captaincy thing, I don't know if you remember, when you played England in them T20s, and I think you won the last T20 when Rolf was bowling the last over, and they needed 7 from, what was it? I can't remember what they needed, and he got hit for a 6, Rolf, by Curran, I think.
Yeah.
I've ever seen him like that before. And that was the point you were making about his captaincy. So he has been aggressive, which is for me more good than bad. But sometimes it could lead to a bit of not toxic, but a few bad apples in the squad. But it'll be interesting to see how he does as a captain. It hasn't affected his batting. A lot of people question that it might affect his batting, but for me so far, his batting's been the same. Nothing affecting him. I know he got out in the first innings, but he's just come back from his injury and hopefully gets back in his groove quickly.
Interesting. It's actually hitting quite hard because he's in pain.
Damn, yeah,
it
is. He never saw that coming at all. The way it bounced on him. Whoa. Only Fahim was a bit closer in, man. You can tell that finger's swelling. Well, nah, maybe.
It's swollen massively.
Yeah, I was gonna say, is that his hand, actual hand, or is it swollen up?
No, that's swollen.
Mad.
I won't be surprised if he's actually broken a bone or something
You
there.
can tell from his face as well. He's in pain.
Yeah.
Not looking good for them.
It's interesting. It's definitely hurt.
Yeah, you could tell from his facial
It's
expression.
more. It's more than just. More than just a bit of like.
Yeah.
I mean, he's swollen, so he's done a bit more damage than what.
Played well in the first innings, to be honest. It is showing it now.
It's gonna be interesting. It's gonna be an interesting session. This one. We've got a long way to decide this game.
Yeah, there's still 2 days left as well, so plenty of cricket left. No one has to really rush anything. It might not even go to day 5, depending on how everything goes. But it looks like
Yeah.
he's carrying on, is he? I don't know.
No, he's carrying on. He is carrying on.
Good to see. What Shaheen bowler answered to him now.
You can see him grimace though. You can see him grimace.
Yeah.
As he put that glove on, he just went because it pained him. The glove back on. So it'll be interesting to see, if how when he does actually hit the ball now, what his reaction is.
Yeah. Let's have a look.
Shane went back for the same one again.
It's good to see. It's good to see. That's what we need, man.
Impressive fast bowling.
Yeah, exactly.
Impressive.
Another good over, to be honest. Well, we did leak the boundary, but good aggressive bowling. How was the pitch like? Last time we played at Karachi was, I think, that Sri Lanka game, and I can't remember. I remember we declared on 555 when we were batting like this on day 3, and we ended up winning the game. So hopefully that doesn't happen for South Africa. But I'm trying to remember how day 4 and 5 pitches were in last year when we played.
I think that was it flattened out and then it started spinning again. But I think this wicket just started off completely different. It was low and everything else, and it's actually flattened out as it's gone along. So it's interesting, but there's a lot of
beauty, more of that.
So there's the aspect of there's a lot of footmarks there as well, so it should suit us. It'll be interesting. It's going to be an interesting.
Give that. Go on, give it.
Come on,
give it. Oh. He never played a shot, so it's a bit of a.
I didn't actually see that one. I was looking at the screen.
Yeah, he tried leaving it. So I reckon they should go for this. To be honest with you, they got 3 reviews. Go on, go for it.
No. I think Yasser was a bit keen. Nah. It just wasn't coming back enough.
Yasser's appeal made it feel like it's more closer than it was.
Yeah.
Well, keep going.
And Yasser is around now, about 30 wickets away from becoming our leading ever spin bowler in wicket.
Really? I didn't know that, to be honest with you.
Danish Clear has got the record at 265. I think Yasser was 31, I think, away, something like that. I think he's 33 or something away from him at the start of this test. You got a few in the first innings as well. So he's around 30 odd now, behind Banish Kaneria.
He should get it, I don't see why not, especially in home conditions, Asian conditions. We've got a few tests coming up, I'm sure, at home. I know Wes McCann has done a good job on that, so he should definitely beat that, I think, within time, and he deserves it.
I mean, if he keeps performing, he's still got a couple of years in him.
Yeah, exactly.
So he's going to beat. I think he said at the start of this test match, he gave an interview, which I haven't seen, but I've seen quotes of it, where he said that he's targeting 300. So he's targeting much more than 265. Spanish Canelo got.
It's good to have a good mentality to have. Like I said before, he's a fighter, and I hope he does get it. He's been, especially, I know I keep mentioning at home conditions, but he come out of nowhere really. When he first come in, I never knew much about him. It was one of those ones. I think his debut season against Australia, was it? At home, at UAE, I think it was. And he just come out of nowhere and started taking wickets. So I don't think we have anybody who's really pushing him as well to become a number one sprinter in the test team. I know Numan just come in, but when you're talking about like specifically leg spinners or left armers or whoever it is, there's no one who's really saying pick me, pick me. I know we got Shadab, who we haven't really tested in test cricket yet. He's played a few games, but it's difficult to tell if he will do well in test cricket. But if there was somebody that was knocking on the door, then maybe they would be given a chance. But I don't see why not. He could still get them 300 wickets that he wants. Oh, there's another shot there. Bad ball.
Interesting. It was a bad ball, but one of the things I noticed straight away, as soon as he hit it, he let go of the glove.
Oh yeah. Good shot.
He's in pain.
He's got his hand behind his back now as well.
He's in pain. As soon as he hit that,
there you go. Yeah.
Oh, there we go.
Look at him. Yeah. He has to
pain.
go off. Yeah, he has to. He can't play like that.
He's definitely either broken it or dislocated it.
He can come back on in it if he goes out.
Yeah, because he's retired injured.
That's what I'm saying. So it's risking it for certain.
It's one of them. Yeah, he wants to fight it out, but it could put him out the next test as well.
Yeah.
But go upstairs, get it checked, and then if you need to come back out, you come back out.
Sheen start bowling a few bounces tonight. You watch. Yeah, he's definitely in pain. Definitely, he's still from his face. Do you think let his ball happen and I'll carry on?
Oh
yes, he
really is testing him.
Yeah, I was gonna say about Sheen. Do you think he needs a rest in the near future? Because I feel like he's played a lot of cricket in the past 2 years in all formats, and he's played literally every game. I think Pakistan have played. I think 1 or 2 games he hasn't played, but he's still a young kid. At the end of the day, and they need to manage that as well. I've seen a few bowlers in the past, like 5-10 years or however long you want to call it, when a young bowler comes through and then it just form kind of drifts because they just overplaying. His workload becomes a bit crazy. What do you think? I think that in the near future they certainly need to rest him or something, man. Or is another shot there?
What boys?
How you doing?
So what's 41?
On your thing, yeah, we need to be quite careful. And I think it's more with, bilateral T20s especially. We need to be really careful with bilateral T20s. So a lot of them are meaningless. I think with the ODIs, they've made them more competitive now because they've got the ODI, the World ODI League. But T20s especially, a lot of them are meaningless. We've got to pick him on the right things, and even in tests, yeah. If we think that you know, all respect to any other team out there, but if you're playing a team where you think, you know what, you could do without him, we've got to take care of Shane's workload. We've done it in the past, and we've run bowlers to the ground. So yeah, definitely, we need to be much more cautious.
100%. We have to.
Hamza, what did you think of the morning? It was a good counter attack, wasn't it, from the tailenders?
Yeah, finally some resistance from the tail. Hassan's in some decent form with the bat, so glad that he sort of hung around a bit. And Yasser as well. And Numan, I've seen him in domestic. He can bat a little bit as well, so it's good that he sort of took his time and hung
But
around.
I actually enjoyed the approach. It's like what I was saying earlier was on this wicket, you've got a ball written for you, especially as a tail ender. So it was just best for them to just counter attack and just play aggressive cricket. I think they batted that near enough 6 runs and over. So and they got it moving. So they're just showing that LBW. Yeah, it was actually missing.
Elgar and Markham looking pretty comfortable though.
Yeah, Elga's been hit though. I don't know if you saw that.
No, what happened?
Shane bowled a short one and hit him on his finger.
Yeah.
And it's swollen up quite badly, and he's hit 2 shots since then, and both times he's basically just let go of his bat as soon as he hit it. In considerable pain, and it's actually swollen up. So it's
Hopefully he'll retire injured.
we never wish injury on anyone, but you know what? Needs. But he's definitely in a lot of pain.
I think he's going to carry on as well.
Yeah, he's going to carry on. He's just going to fight it out.
He's going to try and do a Graham Smith. Remember when he came out of a plastered arm? Remember that?
Yeah. Who was the West Indies player? Joe Garner?
Malcolm Marshall.
Was it Malcolm Marshall?
Bowled with his left arm plastered. He still got England out.
Incredible. Absolutely incredible. I've seen someone battle with one hand as well. I can't remember who it was now. And just battle with one hand and actually like put some resistance out.
Gosh.
Just like,
did he edge that?
Yes.
Yes. Come on.
Yes.
You sure? That's surely out. No one review that. Yasser, man.
He's walked.
Oh, it's Elgar as well.
Yeah.
You should have just went off. I don't know why you carried on.
Yeah.
He's probably thinking that now.
You can't beat Yasser in Asia, man. People have been doubting Yasser. You can't test him in Asia. In Asia, he's quality. In England, he's quality as well. It's just
good catch by Rizwan as well. That was.
Oh, wonderful catch!
I love that.
Absolute quality.
I love it whenever Rizwan does something good. I've been banging on about him for so long.
Sarfraz could do it, bro.
Yeah. Sarfraz could do that.
So, where is Sarfraz? Could do it better. Where is he today?
He's dreaming about Sarfraz.
It's supposed to be all right now.
Yeah, people have been saying that they've been showing this live on YouTube in Pakistan. Is it? Has anyone seen it on YouTube? I haven't caught it anywhere.
It's not available here.
It's only in Pakistan, is it?
It's available in Pakistan. There is a way of getting it here, but that's
private message me because my usual link isn't working.
So yeah, that's one of them. We'll see.
Yasser's day today, inshallah.
Yeah, you know what? And you know, I said it in the first innings as well. When you when he gets an early wicket, his tail goes up. It's when he doesn't get a wicket early is when Yasser goes around searching for other stuff to happen.
I agree, man.
Or do you reckon keep Yasser and a seamer at one end, or two spinners?
I think they're going to go with two spinners now, especially if you've got two right-handers there. So I think number one might just get into action now. But I think it might just give a couple of overs more to see because it's actually worked from the other side as well.
Two slips in as well, good pressure.
Yeah, get a couple of men in close, put a bit of pressure on. It's not a strong bet.
Exactly. Ooh.
Mm-hmm. So that's that. Yes, just still to give a run. It's got a wicket after 2.4.
Yes, from ball one, he's just been on it. No bad ball, just going the right length. You can tell he's up for it today, especially coming off from his, I think 35 he made. He must be confident coming into bowling.
Yeah. Plus, with Yasser, there's a couple of things. As we mentioned, the record is in sight.
Mm.
And number two, after the New Zealand series, a lot of people were saying that, dropping forever, do this, do that.
It's
So
so
he's,
stupid.
Obviously they see this, they look at this on social media. I mean, it's not whether they do. And then it's probably like said, okay, I've got a point to prove here now. But Yasser is a completely different beast outside the centre conditions, so in subcontinent or anywhere else.
Not even centre. In England, he's still good. He had a good tour of England.
It's only New Zealand, Australia,
and Australia. And
but then, how many people do? Yeah, how many people are successful over there?
Yeah. No,
there you go.
No, other than Warren and maybe Murli, I don't even know what Murli's record was with New Zealand and South Africa. To be fair,
No other spinner can say that. They've got 100 as well at Adelaide. Don't forget that.
I mean, if Warren and Murli did have a good record in South Africa, I mean, I don't know. But if they did, well, you're talking about two of the greatest bowlers ever born. So it's unfair on judging.
Warren had a pretty average record in Asia, by the way.
Yeah, that's what I said. That's picking out Shaheen or someone right now and saying, yeah, Vakar averaged 22. Well, that was Vakar. He's not Vakar. So, mind you, Shazib, I was listening to that earlier when you were just saying that your dad introduced you to cricket in, I think, 2010, wasn't it?
Yeah, 2010, yeah.
He missed a 2009 T20 victory as well.
You know what it is, yeah? With that, I remember just family members just watching that. Obviously, I was there watching the final, but I didn't really have a clue on what was going on because I was only maybe 11 then, 12 then. Obviously, you remember the moments on the telly and how everyone's reacting. But I wasn't really into it. But when I went to those two games I mentioned before, that's when it just fully clicked on, man. It's been cricket since then. It's crazy how one or two games can just literally be the difference. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, definitely. And it's so you've seen a completely different era to what we've seen.
Yeah.
We saw like a golden era, we could say. So this complete golden era of Pakistan cricket, and I think Hamza will probably agree. I mean, there was a point of Vakar ever seen was like the best thing in the world.
You know what's really irritating? Yeah, you watch Rob Linda's videos. He's got some really good tour videos, like when South Africa tour so and so 1995, Pakistan tour so and so 1995, and he's got the whole series. And I remember watching I watched the West Indies Australia Test series from the 90s in the West Indies, and what's interesting about it that if you look at the 95 one, Yeah. Anyway, I'm just going off target, but I'll come back to Pakistan in a sec. So 95 one. You should watch them, bro, because the 95 one was an amazing series. I think which Australia won, but it was still West Indies, a solid West Indies team like Lara, Ambrose, and Walsh were still at their peak. Basically, the West Indies batsmen kept getting blown away by McGrath, and they just couldn't handle him. And then what was it 90? Was it the next one after that? Was I think 97 or 98 when they 99 when they toured, and that was I think that was the I think they won. That was when Lara basically was the only one making runs. And 2003, that was pretty good as well. That was the not 2003, the one where Sarwan and McGrath had a bit of a ding dong. Do you remember that?
Yeah, I think it might be 2003.
Yeah, and basically they chased down 400 and whatever it was West Indies. Yeah. Anyway, and I was watching that, and then I watched, and I was like, you know what? I can't remember the '95 tour to Australia because we went with a solid team because that was Wasim, Waka, Inzi. I think we still had Saeed Anwar, Ijaz, Moin, Suckling went to that one, Mushi, and I was like, what exactly happened on that tour? And you watch it again. The amount of dropped catches from us on just literally day one, test one, day one. Waka's bowling, drop catch. Wasim's bowling, drop catch. Muhammad Akram, drop catch.
How many more wickets would they have had?
Infuriating,
how many
man.
more wickets would they have had? I mean, they had two things going for them here, which was three things going for them, which were like bad. I mean, one, we could not catch for life. Number two, the umpires just were atrocious back then. And number three, they had like themselves to compete with. So I mean, you can't really pick up that many wickets when the other bowler from the other end is so good. And then like they had people like Mushi bowling as well.
Yeah.
The wickets were shared. I mean, incredible bowlers, absolutely incredible bowlers. Did you talk about West Indies though? I think I watched more West Indies in the 90s than I watched Pakistan. Only reason why is because Pakistan cricket was hardly live on TV. There's mostly, you remember, to put it on long wave radio and start listening to it on radio because hardly any cricket used to be live pre-internet days. And the West Indies used to always be on their whole series used to be on Sky Sports, so you get to watch all the West Indies games. So we watched a lot of West Indies back then.
Yeah, and they used to tour England, and so I'd watch it on BBC. That's why I used to watch sort of 90s and early 2000s. Sort of, well, 2000 was the last Walsh Ambrose tour. They retired after that, I think.
But broad question though, like this 90s era, right? Obviously, my dad passes on the knowledge to me. Talks about all these players. Talks about.
I feel we lost sound.
Good were they?
Come back.
Has it come back? Yeah.
Yeah. Yes.
Okay. I was just asking, how good were they, like in terms of just growing up and watching them? Like, I know it's a hard question, but when you used to watch those games, if you could answer it, how good was that team?
Yeah, you think the thing that they did was it was like a feeding frenzy. When they'd get one wicket, you just know that like Wasim, Waka, Shoaib, they just get their tail up and bang, Suckling or whatever. That's the thing that we don't have in this team yet. I mean, we sort of do. I mean, but like Misbah created like a workman-like team because he sort of understood. I don't have a Shoaib, I don't have a Waka, Wasim, Imran Khan, Fazal Mahmood. I don't have guys like that. I've got to like pin down the opposition and grind them down. They weren't like that in the 90s. It was just run in as hard as you can, wang it down, and stumps flying. I know it's a cliche, but it's all true because the team will be like 110 for none, and then suddenly they're 180 all out, and it's just because one wicket fell and that's it. Bang, Waz, Waka, Shoaib, Mushi, Suckling, one of them had a field day. That was the thing about it. You sort of knew one wicket could lead to like 8 very easily.
Yeah, I think a lot of you should see that. Yeah, like they'll be playing and then you hear the stump mic there. If it was Moin, the other stump was Rashid, whoever it was. You hear Vasim or Ricardo, whoever the fielder at slip was, and you'd actually hear it at some point saying, "Air cricket," and you're thinking, the opposition need 50 runs here, and they've got 8 wickets in hand. You're asking for 1 wicket, but they just knew one breakthrough, and we're going to run through the opposition because we're not going to let the new batsmen settle with confidence they had in own abilities.
Yeah, it's crazy when you look at that team on paper and you look at the stats and look at how good they were. It's just a crazy lineup. Like, I mean, every time when I watch the 99, I think to myself, I look at the fixtures before that. Dominating most games. All players chipping in, and then all of a sudden, boom, Australia just battered us really. And every time I think about it, I think, how did we now win that tournament? Because our team then was so good. Would you agree? In the 90s era, when would you say was the best team? 11, would you say, if you have to pick like
96 to
players?
99.
Yeah, I was thinking the same.
96, 95 to 99, something like that.
Yeah,
The 92 team that won the World Cup was nowhere close to the team that
we had by 96.
Yeah. If you look at the 92 team, I mean, Imran was a captain. Imran was virtually finished by then. Came back just for that last big hurrah. His bowling arm had virtually gone. He played virtually as a specialist batsman by then. I mean, he did bowl here and there, but it was very much. McCard got injured.
Yeah, he wasn't there. Yeah.
Seyden never got picked.
Yeah, that was the other gutting thing about the 90s, as well as the fact that we only won one World Cup. That Saeed Anwar, like there's videos of him on YouTube making hundreds in 1992. And you're like, you're like watching this guy flick it for six. And you're like, how on earth were we hanging around with like Salim Ilahi or Ramiz and even Sohail, who I'm not as big a fan of his as some are, but but there's a bit of nostalgia with Sohail. But how did we get 44 tests out of Saeed Anwar? It's a joke, absolute joke. What happened between 92 and 96? Like he only got into the team properly in about 95, 96. It's 4 years they're wasting.
Yeah, he's quite bitter. I saw an interview not too long ago. He's quite bitter with Imran Khan for not taking him to the 92 World Cup. He's quite bitter.
Yeah, I'm not surprised. But I mean, we still won. So Imran can say, I don't give a damn what he thinks. We won it.
Yeah.
But even after that.
I mean, he took Rambo instead. And to be fair, Rambo got a couple of centuries. I mean,
Rambo was alright, to be fair, at that World Cup. And New Zealand were the best team at that World Cup, and he made runs against them.
Yeah, I know. In that first game against India, I know he 100, and I remember him raising his bat in the 50th over, and back then, I mean, it was like an achievement. I mean, you do that right now. Play as an opener and raise your bat in the 50th over, say, I got 100 right now. I mean, you'd be crucified. They don't even Imam yet right now. Yeah, imagine what they'll do to that guy. But
entirely different era.
Yeah, but it's I mean, we won the World Cup, so you can't really debate that. And I think Ahmed Sahelmi, even though he wasn't the greatest, but by Pakistani standards, I mean, a pretty good opener. So where are we now? 54 for 1 after what in the 20th over.
I'll just be back in a minute, boys. I'm just gonna get a cup of tea and some cereal. 1 sec.
Yeah, no problems. So yeah, it's we're keeping it tight though.
We are. We're not seeing too much runs. Sure. Oh, you jinxed it. Boundary.
That's that. Hamza never mentioned Fawad Alam. We never got in. I think Omar's in the comments right now. Omar's probably watching. Or Omar probably saw that full blown. Omar was involved as well.
Really?
Yeah, Omar was involved as well. But Omar was more on my side, I think.
Don't worry, we got plenty of time yet to talk about Fawad Alam. Don't worry.
It was 7 or 8 hours of full on entertainment. I think it was on my side at the end of it. I'm sure in Sharjah one time we played Sri Lanka. They needed 5 runs to win or something. A silly result, took a hat trick, and we won the game. Yeah, I think it was 5. I don't think we won the game. I think it was it got tied at the end.
Yeah, I've seen that on YouTube. Still.
Incredible how they triggered that collapse, yeah, and just but it's the belief they had in their abilities.
Mm.
Just like, you know what, give us a sniff, yeah, and we'll change the game around.
It was who's that commentary? The commentary was good that day. I forgot his name, man. The way was it Tony Gregg? I think it was. I remember him just going crazy on the commentary, and I've seen that videos a few times because it's just one of those moments where I don't know how we won.
It's an interesting one. Almost says, I think our 99 team was equivalent to the England golden generation in football. Serial underachievers in major tournaments. You know what? You could probably put that onto them. Wonderful team, but
Mm.
they should have achieved more.
100%.
And they could have. 96 in the World Cup. I think if they got past that, they would have beaten Sri Lanka in the semi. India to Sri Lanka. I feel we would have beaten Sri Lanka because we had a very good record against Sri Lanka back then. And I think Australia. I think we probably would have beaten Australia in the final. And then in '99 we lost the final. So you could really say, yeah, I think almost comment just there that we underachieved. I think underachieved might be a stronger thing, but I think we sort of bottled. It's a hard word to say, but
The 99 team did bottle it.
yeah, I think we might have bottled crucial moments.
It was in the UK as well, wasn't it? The '99 World Cup.
Yeah.
Mm.
I remember I got offered the night before. Someone like pulled a ticket out, and back then, I mean, there was no like fraud sort of thing here where someone would have a dud ticket because you didn't have the facilities to make that. Someone pulled a ticket out and said to me, if you want to go to the game, he saw me in my box signed up the night before. And there's me, I think I was probably 17, 18, about that. And pulled a ticket out and he goes, if you want to go to the game, you can go. And I go, how much? And he goes, £600. I looked at him like, bruv, I was 17 or 18, I'm jobless, yeah. But if you said £7 or £8, yeah, I'll be back thinking, can I afford that?
£600, did you say?
£600.
It was worth way more back then as well, isn't it?
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. That's crazy, man.
I mean, I can't be sure, but like my dad's week there was probably like £200. So yeah, you know, you're scaling like 3-4 weeks wage, yeah. I can't afford that.
Yeah, of course not. Imagine you did end up buying that and you've seen what happened in the final.
I think Nav bought his one for around £400.
Oh, did he?
I think he did. But it was different. It was a different world because there was no online system. So to get a ticket, yeah, you had to queue up outside the ground.
Oh.
In a line. So people who queued up like from middle of the night, they got all the tickets.
Queuing up ones, right?
Yeah, it's just one of them. You got to queue up outside the ground, and then once your turn comes, if there's a ticket available, you pick it up.
Imagine if it was like that right now.
Can you imagine? Could you imagine that from like traveling from say you're in Birmingham, traveling up to Leeds to queue up for 3 hours, and then you get to the front, yeah, you got 4 people in front of you. They say, "House full."
That'd be funny, man.
And you're like, I travelled up at 3 o'clock in the morning to get it.
Oh, that'd be funny.
Someone wants to know what cereal I'm eating. It's actually 3. Does anyone else do that? Mix the cereals. I'll mix my cereals.
Really? 3 cereals?
Yeah. Crave and Frosties.
Not a bad combo. You should try it.
Omar says agreed with both, but ultimately sided with him as there was no spot. You know what? We're going to kick off this again later.
What's this about?
Our little debate yesterday.
Oh, about Fawad.
Yes.
He should have been in the squad, though. That's a fact. It's not like hindsight. People like me were saying it for years. He should at least be in the squad. You can't. Thing is, like, you can talk about stats that can mislead, but thing is, if you look at all the people who average over 50 in first class cricket in Pakistan, it's basically Harris, Fawad, I think Yunus, and I think Misbah. And right now, Kamran Ghulam. I think he averages 50 as well now. That's it. So if it was so easy to pile on runs, then you can say, like, for example, with fast bowlers, yeah, a lot of Pakistani fast bowlers average like 20, 21, 22, and you're like, is this guy going to be that good in international? So it's not as straightforward. The statistics don't just cross over from first class to international cricket when it comes to bowlers. But I think with batsmen, if someone's piling on runs in Pakistan, you've got to take notice of that. And they ignored him for so long. And yeah, the man, it's the jokes that people would make that would irritate me. Like, oh, he's so skinny. He can't hit sixes. He can't get the ball off the square. You know, well, he's obviously getting the ball somewhere because he's got an average of 55. So he should say deserve to be in the squad. And for a team that perennially complains about not having batsmen, he should at least have been in the squad, if not in the 11 for the Test team.
We've taken a review.
I didn't see it, to be honest with you.
No, well, let's get bored down next side, man.
Yeah.
That could be review last.
That's actually poor. I mean, bowler and keeper should know exactly where that's going.
They probably just thought try it because we've got 3 reviews.
That's stayed very low though, didn't it, that ball?
Yeah, that's the review gone. But yeah, I see what you're saying, Hamza. I was just trying to point out yesterday that, you know, with us, yeah, I know we invested 10 years, but 10 years, out of the 10 years that we invested in him, the best part of 7 years, maybe 8 years, no one sort of questioned him because he looked okay while he was under, Azhar and then
Yunus Misbah.
Yeah, when you're back right after them, it looks okay. If you average 35, 40, it basically hides it away and it looks all good.
Mm.
That was the only issue, yeah. On the like squad wise, I mean, yeah, we've had some real duds there getting picked in the squads as bench strength. But they were like, it's not just one person. It's been selector after selector, coach after coach that has forward.
Yeah, and it's just because of his stance. There's no other reason.
I think you posted something about Inzamam saying that.
Yeah, in 2018 we've got better batsmen.
Well, recently on his YouTube channel after he got picked in, he got this 100 in New Zealand. Inzamam actually said it on his YouTube channel, and I actually watched this because someone sent me the clip. He actually said, yeah, that I picked him, and I was sending 16 people rather than 15 to a tour. I can't remember what tour he said. Yeah, he goes, I was sending 16 rather than 15, and I rang up Safraz as captain and Mickey Arthur as coach, and I said to them, look, I'm sending 16, so I've got one extra, but you've got the option. He goes because my preferred. But he goes, because I said to them, I would rather send forward, but I'll give you the last option. It's your. Do you want forward or do you want? I think he said Saad Ali, and they chose Saad Ali. So I think that might have been the England tour in 2018. I think it was. I think he might be talking about that. But he actually said that, yeah. And he goes, Safraz and Mickey said, we want Saad. They didn't even think about it. They both said Saad straight away. Didn't want
Saad's a good batsman anyway. He's a decent batsman.
But I'm just trying to point out how no one would ever take responsibility of it. They will just divert and say, it wasn't me. It was someone else who did it.
Yeah, they're all nine. No, they all missed a trick there. They all should just own it.
I mean, like,
if one of them, I just want one of these idiots who have run the system for 10 years to just own it and say, yeah, we got that. That was a wrong call. We should have
How
called
old?
him up.
How old is he now? What? He's about
34, I think.
34. It depends how more long he can bat on for. He looks fit, to be fair.
he's
Yeah,
fit.
he looks very fit.
For the next 3 to 4 years.
Hopefully.
And I was just trying to say how they follow responsibility, and like Inzi, for example, even if it was his own, and it would be his own fault because he was the chief selector, right? But he threw it on Mickey because Mickey's not going to defend himself, because Mickey's no longer with the team, and Safra's no longer captain, so Safra's not going to defend himself on that. So he just threw it on them. But they've all been guilty of it in the past, of saying, you know what, let's not pick him. It's been regimes after regimes. Yesterday on Twitter, I was reading people blaming Misbah. They're saying that Misbah only picked him because it was an England tour followed by a New Zealand tour, so he thought he's going to foul, and him only on them, so he fouls and he drops him again. It's
They're
like,
just haters anyway.
Seriously.
He could have, if that's the case, he could have dropped him after England and no one would have complained.
Exactly. And the other one I read, and there was a debate with me yesterday. Someone they were saying that Misbah is not a legend. It all come with this forward thing, and they're saying Misbah is not a legend. Someone who averaged 51 with the bat as captain over a 7-year period is not a legend. Okay, and Azali's a better batsman. So what would you make of that?
It's just I don't know. This is a very weird Pakistani freshie mentality. It's the freshies. I don't think British Pakistanis act like this. It must be something in the water out there that makes like 50% of them dumb.
I don't know.
It's such a dumb take to hate your own most successful. Like, for example, you just don't see stuff like this in India or anywhere else. You don't see Indian fans going like, "Oh yeah, Dravid was all right, but I think Vinod Kohli was better." Whatever. Whatever player you can think of was better. I think Ajinkya Rahane was better. And he's just like, no, Rahane is decent.
You got Pujara right now. You don't see the Indians complaining about Pujara being like boring to watch or whatever. He does the job for them. They don't care.
It's a disease, and it manifests most irritatingly in Pakistani journalists.
And that's exactly what I was going to say.
You see that Soeb Jatt?
This is what leads from what our journalists put out.
Yeah.
What our journalists put out is what people believe.
Yeah.
You look at the Indian media, right?
They're way more professional.
They're way more professional. They don't criticize a team like that. They actually back the team.
And it's like they're just 2 words: unprofessional and just pathetic. You see that Saeed Yahya, what's his name? Saeed Yahya Hussain, what's it? Yeah, he's one.
Yahya Hussaini.
Yeah, he's one. Shoaib Jatt, he's another one. Just sensationalist, sort of like gutter. They're just like a disease-filled version of the Sun or the Daily Mail's love child, just churning out nonsense.
They brainwash their followers as well. They got a lot of followers on Twitter and stuff, and people read it and just believe it. You know what I mean?
I couldn't believe the PCB allows Shoaib Jatt back in after the sort of questions he asks. What was the one he asked Fawad? What was the actual wording he used again? Will you an apology? Will you forgive the people who didn't select you for 10 years? What sort of question is that?
Will you forgive him? I didn't give him. He's like, basically, he used a religion card by saying that, will you pray to Allah to forgive him? From your heart, would you say like, I forgive them for the mistreatment they've done to me? Just like,
he'd already answered that question.
Are you being serious?
That's crazy, man. When you think about it, how deep that is.
The guy just scored 100. There's so many positive things you could talk about, right? And these guys went around, and as you said, that is so deep, right?
I just want one of the players to react by saying that's an utterly unprofessional question. I'm not answering it.
But I think Fawad answered it quite well, but without getting like
Yeah.
into that point where like
Yeah, but, so some of them needs to have some BSD happen to them. Someone needs to put these journalists in their place. So the next unprofessional question I get, I'm not going to answer it.
Fawad's answer was like,
Yeah, he's not in my destiny. Blah blah. Blah. He sort of done.
When he mentioned the religion part of forgiving, he said like, I'm a gunnigan myself, so if I'm gonna pray to Allah, I'm gonna ask for my own forgiveness, not for someone else. It'll be like we're all the same, aren't we? We all sin. So why should we pray for someone else to for someone else's forgiveness when like we've got plenty on our own plate? Incredible.
Just pathetic.
It will be interesting on how our bowlers do reverse swing. We struggled in England and New Zealand. South Africa had reversing for ages yesterday. They did for a bit. They had it taken back. We're a bit off that though at the moment. I think he's missing a trick here by not having Nomanum. I think he's wasting it on the seamers at the moment.
Yeah, maybe he is looking for that magic from Hassan or Shaheen. Doesn't want to just rely on the spinners.
5 runs only for series from 6 overs, Jasser. Going well, man.
Yeah, as I always say, man, Yasser is a different animal in Asia and England.
Yeah, 100% agreed.
So yeah, it's going to be an interesting one.
He's going around the wicket. I think he's going around the wicket.
Let's see. Just going to concentrate on the game for a couple of minutes because I've hardly watched the last 5 minutes because we got involved in Shoaib Jatt and Yahya Hussaini's antiques. South Africa's a funny one at the moment. They've got a couple of very interesting young batsmen like Markram, Van der Dusen, but probably not on that quality that they used to have. Similar to where we are.
Yeah, don't test fate, man. Markham might just make a double right now. Make a daddy 100.
You know what? Markram's got a very good. Well, I think he's got 4 Test hundreds already.
Yeah,
he's done well, and he's someone they've identified a bit. Oh my word! That did a lot.
That beauty.
It's come around the wicket, hit into the rough.
I was just about to ask as well. Do you reckon this is the right ploy? But the way that spun, keep balling there.
It's got into the rough, and it's absolutely. It's bounced. It's turned. So yeah, it's he's just said that'll build him a lot of confidence just now.
Oh,
that they've identified him a bit like Smith and said, you know what, from that age they've said, you know what, this guy's got the potential and we're gonna stick by him.
He's got a nice technique, Markham.
I think it's only a matter of time before he becomes captain as well. I think just De Kock was ahead of him, so just depending on how De Kock does, but eventually Markham will take over the captaincy as well. It's nice to see that way. Just identify a cricketer and stick by him. We haven't done that for years. I think Barber is one of the very few that have done that, despite failures at the start of his Test career. Just stuck by him. But normally, 2 tests, 3 tests, we're like, this guy's not good enough. Move on.
yeah, we do that a lot. Give a couple of chances to youngsters, and then we won't see him for like another year or 2. That's happened too many times, man.
You could tell with Barber. You could tell with Barber he's going to be good though. Hopefully, he becomes as good as people think.
We just discussed like Southern, for example. I mean, like a lot of them just get picked in these squads, and they're out the next squad. I mean, what have they done wrong? Unless they were atrocious in nets. I mean, like completely atrocious in nets. It's a bit unfair on just picking them and then just dropping them. Still good. Continuing with Hassan Ali on one end.
I think Barber is hoping for the low bench will catch one of these guys out because he's just bowling stump to stump right now, Hassan Ali. Because a few balls have stayed low.
Mm-hmm. I just think with two right-handed batsmen out there, what you call it, no one might be a good option. I've got a comment here. Oops. Assalamu alaikum. I'm in online school right now, but Pakistan is more important. Okay, we don't endorse this. we I mean, we've all been there. Probably not online classes, but we've all been there. But like, I think it's a 92 final, and I was fasting as well. And literally, I woke up at 3 o'clock in the morning to watch the game with my dad. There was about 30 others in the house. So what my dad did, he wired up a second TV. He got someone, one of my uncles probably, to bring their TV from home. With a big box here, people carrying big box TVs. So they wired up another aerial from from the skybox. Don't know what they've done. But they wired up a second one to go into the other room because our room was quite small back then. And so we've got about 30 people watching. It's hardly anyone at Sky Sports back then. And so 3 o'clock in the morning, I thought I can't watch the game. My mum comes down about 7:30, so I realised this is coming up to school time. 7:45, yeah, I got the worst stomachache ever. I was just like, I can't do anything, I can't move. She's like, are you fasting? I'm like, yeah, I think it's the Rosari's got to me. She's like, okay. As soon as it hit 9 o'clock and I knew the school's over, I was like, perfectly fine, carry on now. So yeah, I actually missed school that day. I knew, if I said to my mum that I want to watch the cricket, she'd do that at school.
We've all missed school for a cricket game in the past. I remember 2011 World Cup semi-final, just pretending that I'm sick. And then obviously watching the game, we know what happened afterwards. But we've all been there where we've missed school to watch a game. What about you, Hamza?
If I skipped the game, I have to admit, bro, I don't think I have really.
No, fair enough.
No, I've banked off, but not for cricket. No. Now, 99 was a weird one because we're easily the best team in that tournament, like the most funky, sort of creative and aggressive team in that tournament. So when we got to the final, I was pretty sure we'd win. I remember me and a mate of mine, we dyed our hair green.
Oh.
For that, we put green stuff, not like a dye, but sort of green stuff all in our hair and paint and all that stuff, ready to go out to Green Street and all that sort of stuff. And then first innings, and we get blown out for 120. Like, we might as well stay at home and it washed it all out. Like, we ain't gonna bowl them out for 80 hours.
Oh my! I never said I was skipping school. I'm just doing both. Fair dues.
Multitasker.
Yeah, I think that's the only time I ever did it though. The '92 World Cup final. Only time I've actually missed school to watch a game. And I mean, my secondary school, yeah, I'm quite lucky. It's my ex-secondary school, about 1.5 minutes away from my front door. It's a good thing that I could just walk in and walk out whenever I wanted to. Finish school and you're home in 2 minutes. On the bad side,
you got Little Orford.
Yeah, and on the bad side is that my dad could see from the front door. You could see the school gates and say, "Come home, you don't get nowhere else. Get home." So yeah, but quite a few times there was interesting games on. Just finish school and just literally be home in about a minute. Put your bag down and just start watching. I think I came home for lunch once, and Say was batting. And that's the game he got the 194. So I watched the last 30 odd runs. I came home for lunch.
I'm still gutting he didn't get to 200. There's still like 3 overs to go. He could have just chilled a bit.
Yeah. He had plenty of time. He's just trying to finish it off in style.
Mm.
So
I still remember that was a good catch by Ganguly, that little toad. I was hoping he'd drop it. Running back, ball coming over his head. Over his shoulder, sorry.
Do you reckon end of the game, drinks break? I think they trail by, what is it, 91?
94.
94?
We're probably going to chase 250, I reckon.
You reckon?
Yeah.
That'd be a very tough one, in my opinion.
I don't know,
But-
man. It just looks like a chilled pitch. Doesn't look like much is going on.
At the minute, yeah, but tomorrow and day 5, who knows what could happen, man.
Yeah.
Never apparently got a trapped nerve on his shoulder, so that's why he's not on. So that's that.
Yeah, he's getting on a bit, isn't he?
I love listening to his stories, man. When he talks about cricket, and yeah, he goes way back.
He goes.
I remember 1892, WGC Grace. He came on, visited the East End. And I looked out my window.
Where is he from? What part of UK is he from?
Yeah, London. He said.
London as well. Oh, okay.
Yeah. Nav was just sitting there yesterday, and Atif Nawaz was on there, and he goes, "So back in '82, yeah," and Atif goes, "Story time with Nav." So even though Atif knew automatically, yeah, this is story time coming. 64 for 126 overs. Yasser has bowled 7 overs for 1 for 7 right now.
I think it's time for the second spinner, to be fair, with Yasser.
Yeah. He's still coming around the wicket now into the rough.
Yeah.
Where's Fahim? Have they bowled him yet? No, they haven't, have they?
No, he hasn't. I actually said at the start I wouldn't mind for him to seek for him for a couple of overs because he bowls that stump to stump line. So if a ball does keep low or something or misbehaves, he's the sort of bowler that could bring LBW or bowled into the equation. But he never actually he hasn't bowled.
Why is Cass sending us his location on WhatsApp? What's that about?
I don't know.
He's done that twice. What's he doing?
I don't know. I think he's probably coming over somewhere. I know exactly what he's doing because he's in East London.
Yeah. Or is he just telling us?
Yeah, he's in Ilford.
What does he do? Deliveries or something?
Yeah, he does deliveries, yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
So he's probably.
Oh yeah. He mentioned. Yeah. He mentioned he does deliveries.
He loves coming this way, just for the restaurants, but they're all closed.
Where's he from?
Birmingham.
Oh. Birmingham Pakistanis.
Shazib's from there as well. That's why you got no look there.
I heard it clearly though.
Where are you from in Birmingham, Shazib?
Small Heath.
Small. Oh, of course you bloody are.
Where are you from?
Lozells.
Are you from Birmingham as well?
No, I'm not, bro.
Oh, I was gonna say.
I'm from Spark Hill.
Yeah, most operate Small Heath, Sparkle, innit? Madam Rock.
Yeah, Alum Rock. Come down, Alum Rock, boy. Come on.
Joss is actually getting things to happen.
Yeah, he's gonna be the man.
Maiden.
Oh,
Just bowled the maiden.
I'm putting him on now when he doesn't. No.
Now it'd be interesting to see what they're going to do now. They just had a drinks break, so I'm pretty sure there's been some sort of info from behind saying what to do and how to go about this. pretty sure some sort of information must have come out with the drinks for the coaches.
Do you agree
Yeah.
with Yasser bowling around the wicket to right-handers? I'm not. I don't know. It doesn't. I'm sure they've got
For
plans.
him,
I don't know. I don't like it. Not for too long.
no, it was just that he's bowling into the rough
Yeah.
and he got a couple of spins that it was worth a try.
Yeah,
You're
for
not going to
him.
get any LBWs bowling around the wicket.
No,
Mm.
you're actually looking bold or a nick.
Yeah, he's basically looking for a bold or bat pad kind of thing, like what happened with Elgar in a way.
For him is on. Cal says the wicket's coming. Watch.
Wicket's coming, Cal.
Cal, why don't you just come back on here if you're watching that?
You don't watch the entertainment.
Mm-hmm.
You also to get a 5 on the second, hopefully. It's got one.
Is that restaurant takeaway? Was it Raja's? Is that still open?
What in Birmingham?
In Birmingham.
Now that's closed. The one in Smallheath.
Yeah.
Now that's closed down about 3 years ago. 2-3 years ago.
Where is it
Yeah.
now?
It's another shop. Is like a grilled chicken shop. They've never done that well, to be honest with you. Why did you know him or something?
No. My mate is Small Heath that I used to visit in Brum. We used to go for kebabs there.
Oh, okay.
Oh, nice.
Yes, it's been quite a few years, to be fair.
Yeah, I hope we win this series because we've got such a horrible record against South Africa. 2-0 would be nice.
Is it 2 tests? Is it 2 tests? Is it?
Yeah. Rubbish 2 tests. No one wants to play us for 3.
I see a lot of comments on Twitter regarding Badir Khan's commentary. What do you reckon, man? Because it divides opinions. It does.
I like Buzzard.
I don't mind him as well, to be fair.
He's
Big
got
energy.
He's got a dour kind of tone and stuff. So he's not like Danny Morrison or Wasim. He's not like that. He's got a dour kind of.
What are you talking about?
Yeah, he talks facts though, and he watches a lot of domestic cricket.
Yeah.
I dislike Ramiz less than I used to as well. I like Ramiz. He's okay. He does come out with some weird lines now and then. I think sometimes people forget when you're on the spot in a commentary joint, you're gonna say you might slip now and then and say some weird stuff. But yeah, I like Bazid.
Yeah, big energy in the box, commentary box.
Yeah, so Fahimi now is having the ball. First over, 5 balls gone.
Omar saying, I think we need some young blood in the commentary circuit. I 100% agree. I'm sick of. I'm not a fan of Wasim as a commentator. He's not particularly interesting. Ramiz is okay. I like him. I generally like him.
I was actually discussing this with someone a couple of days ago, and they were just saying that the reason why the young blood's not coming through is because some of the senior reporters, etc., just don't allow the pathway to come through because they know their jobs will go. Not talking about Ramiz, just generally talking there's just not just young commentators, it's just young journalists coming through, because the older ones who are more been around just block their pathways because they know that expose and eventually their jobs will go because there'll be younger people, better knowledge, better grasp of Urdu and English, who will overtake them eventually.
Yeah, when you think about it, there's not many Pakistani commentators that commentate internationally. There's only 3, 4.
internationally, it's literally just Ramiz and
That's what
Wasim, obviously. And Wasim
Yeah.
because he's a legend, not because he's any good.
Yeah, look how long Ramiz has been doing it as well. He's been doing it for years and years. There's no.
I think Wasim took exactly 5 balls today at the start of play before he was talking about him and Vakard bowling and the wrist positions. So it was exactly the first over 5 balls in, and Vakard Wasim's already talking about that because he's got nothing else to discuss.
Because he doesn't watch domestic cricket, so he doesn't know bugger all about what's happening in domestic.
Nah.
So it's just they're busy as it's happening on TV at the time.
Yeah. On this day, we bowled out England for 72 in a chase of 145 in Abu Dhabi. What a day that was!
Mohammed Hafez says two right-handers are batting. I don't know why Barbara's not giving the ball to no one. That's exactly what I just said earlier. You got 2 right-handers, and especially with Van der Dusen was still new at the crease. It was an ideal chance, just to get one in. Now he's 36 balls in. He's settled into the crease. He's been there for a while. That's that.
Good.
We need at least one more wicket, if not a couple more.
Yeah.
This session, next hour.
That lead's getting eaten into. Yeah, I reckon we're going to chase 250.
Oh, the last 30 balls, their run rate is under half and over.
Yeah, pressure's getting put on. The runs have dried up. We just need one of them to play a false shot or something.
That's that. The lead is now 93, or they're trailing by 93, should we say.
Three balls since the last boundary.
Yeah,
That's in. Yeah.
South Africa are very generally free-flowing batsmen, so I suppose pinning them down, you're putting them into an uncomfortable position that they're not used to.
That's a good fielding, but it must hurt. I love when they walk away like that. It's in severe pain when he's thinking I'm gonna act like the big boss. And they walk away again. They know exactly where the cameras are. So they walk away.
Oh, I played again. He's still walking.
Bitch, I had 2 balls in a row. So Hamza, I don't know if you saw that. There was
what happened?
Van der Dusen's hit a cover drive of Yasser, and Azhar has dived and fielded it and hurt his fingers because it was absolutely hit. Right, so he turns around and starts bowling it off him because he's actually hurt him. He's on his shot. Back around, fields again. Yasser bowls again. The same cover drive. Straight to him again. He has to dive again. He's hit him second time in a row. And the second time he's just I think Bob is overdue and sorry, bro. You can't hide this.
It was good fielding though. Good fielding.
Yeah, no. You know what? He saved 2 boundaries.
Yeah, exactly.
That'd been 2 boundaries.
What is it 9:40 they finished today's play? Is it under an hour left?
9:40, that will be T.
T, sorry. So, yeah, my bad. Wrong watch. So,
But that's when we finish for the day. Because I've got homeschooling to do after that. Well, to be honest, Omar was saying that he's doing homeschooling right now. I should be starting homeschooling in exactly 3 minutes. But we can delay that. We can delay that. So it's not a live lesson, so it's just Google Classroom. That can be delayed for a little while. We'll have it done by handing in time.
but he's one more wicket.
Yeah, man, just need that breakthrough.
I mean, we dried the runs up.
Yeah.
Yes, actually bowled a wrong one in the last over.
And see, the other thing is when you dry the runs up, we're doing the other thing as well, where South Africa are not really going anywhere, so eventually they'll have a ball written on them. But
You'd hope so.
what South Africa is that time, and if they do end up getting a substantial lead, then time end up the game, which means we'll be batting later on day 4 or day 5. Which we do not want the game to go to day 5.
Of course not. Chasing on day 5.
There's a couple of things on day 5. One, we don't want to be chasing on day 5, and number 2, we'll have a day off from the streams as well. So
it's on a Saturday as well, isn't it?
I think it is, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, could definitely get some variable bounce and stuff. You can imagine facing someone like Rabada will be a nightmare if it's not coming up properly and the other one shooting up.
I mean, not a lot of pace, 120 at the moment. Basically, just bowling military medium pace at the moment. But he is quicker than that. I've seen him go up to 135, hitting near the 140s. Not exactly 140, but getting near that.
132 just now.
Yeah, 132. So just raised it up a little bit.
Some pace. 132.
There used to be a time where our friends across the border, they used to be like, this is a 132 bowler. They'll be like partying away saying, yes, we produced one.
Tabriz saying Fahim getting some lovely shape. Yeah, you love Fahim shape, don't you, Tabriz?
So that's that. And Versus saying, if South Africa managed to wash our lead, even with 3 wickets down, they will remain reasonably happy. Yeah, they would.
Oh, they'd be really happy.
They'll be very happy if they can get to 150 for 3.
Yeah. If they get another 93 runs and only lose 2 wickets, they'll definitely take that.
At the end of the day, we're batting last on this pitch, and with our record, batting last is not the greatest. I was just saying to Shazay before you came on, Hamza, that it was 2016, the Oval Test, and we got England out. It was day 4, so we were at the Oval. And I think we were chasing 46, if I remember right, or something like that. Chasing 46. And I remember looking at looking at Nav, said nothing. I didn't even look at it. I'm worried because it was 46 we're chasing and Nav goes, Amy, I'm shitting it. I'm like, Nav, we're chasing 46. He goes, you haven't been there for as long as I've been there. This is torture. They were chasing 46. I think we won by 10 wickets. I think Sami Yesler man as it opened. And we won by 10 wickets. But that just sort of like just showed how much we sort of couldn't trust, how much we trust our batting under pressure.
We've been there, seen collapses, seen so much stuff when it comes to chasing.
And he's saying that, where you've got Azhar and Sami Yesler were opening, and you've got people like Misbah, Yunus, and Asad Shafiq and Safraz in the team. I can't remember who the last batsman was because it was
Ifti.
there was one more as well.
Ifti. I think they played Chacha in 2016 for a bit. It was rubbish.
No, I think he only played one test though. I think it wasn't in that test. He wasn't there. I can't remember who it was. Could have been Usman Salahuddin. I can't remember. Either way, but you've got Yunus and Misbah. Just them two alone, sitting behind them. And we're still thinking 46 might be too much.
Too much. You're asking too much of us, bro.
Was it the South Africa game, innit? We were in South Africa once, and we were chasing like 40 yard as well, and then we lost like 2 or 3 quick wickets, and then Eunice and Misbah were batting, and they saw us over the line. And I remember I've seen an interview of Misbah, and Misbah goes, I think they were 2 for 3 or something like that, and chasing 40 yard as well in a test match. And so we're in South Africa, and I remember seeing an interview, and Misbah goes, when he came out, he goes to Eunice, bye, I'm better yet. We got to do this through. Because they saw us 2 for 3, and they thought, if we don't do this, if we didn't reach a 46,
Yeah. Yeah, 97 South Africa, when they toured. I think we were chasing 140 something. Didn't make it. That was at home as well, Bindi, I think.
Do you think Sami Eslam should be brought back into the test team?
No.
He can't be now. He's gone.
These losers.
His decision. You know what? He was quite naive. He would have been. I think he would have been in this test.
He just hung around. I don't know, he would have made it for this one. But if Abid failed again, there would have people. It might have been Sammy's turn, or Sammy or Imam. But either way, it's just stupid, man. I don't know why people do that stuff like that.
It wasn't only him as well. It was, I think, Corey Anderson from New Zealand. He went there as well. It's a bit mad.
One of the most annoying things about the Sky Q box is, if you don't touch it for about an hour and a half, it gives you a warning saying that it's going to go in standby mode. So you got to press a button on the remote to just activate it.
I just had that as well.
Did you? Yeah, same thing. So annoying. You're actually watching the game because you're not changing the channel because you're watching the game.
There you go, yeah. Oh, come on, man.
I don't understand why we haven't got Noman on right now. It doesn't make any sense to me. OS say to not bring Sami Eslam back. Look at Army, we brought him back, and he wants management of his choice to play. You know what? Someone's loss is someone else's gain. So I think it's Sami Eslam as well. He's made the wrong decision. He had a prime example in the team right now. Fawad. Prime example.
Yeah, but to be fair, most people won't just keep their mouth shut for 10 years and just put their head down and work. He wasn't a superstar and never was, so he never thought of himself like that. Whereas Amir thinks of himself as a superstar, so he's like, "How dare you not pick me?" But Sami Aslam's not a superstar, so what's he doing? Is it money? Maybe he was just getting offered more money in America or something. I don't know.
It probably was eventually. I think he just got fed up waiting, but of being selected. But
he didn't deserve to get selected. His domestic form over the last couple of seasons has been very average.
Yeah, even the games he played this season.
Yeah, he's average. Let me look at what he did.
It wasn't that great.
What's his age? How old is he, Sami Eslam now?
He's only at mid-20s, I think. Sort of 25.
Similar age to Babar.
That's crazy, man. He's still got a lot of years left, then.
Because he was Babar's under-19s captain.
Oh yeah.
And then when he progressed out, Babar became captain. At one stage, we had Babar at 3, and we had Sami Eslam and Imam opening in the under-19s all together.
Wow. Imam's another name that been floating around that might come back into this team. With the openers looking a bit shit. Obviously, Abid's got 1 innings left in this. If he doesn't perform in that next innings, probably will not play the next game because he's failed on a few occasions now, hasn't he, Abid?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so his first class scores recently 56, 48, duck 14, 7, 16, and then the last season 3, 1, 4, 9, 14, 38, 150, 168, 600. So up and down basically.
Yeah, but the recent form's not great, is it?
Yeah, recent form's poor.
When you went towards the end of that, yeah, there was a few big scores, but before that, coming more recently, this season and towards the end of last season.
Yeah, last season he started well, then dipped, and then this season a couple of 50 to start with, and then nothing.
So last 50 balls, there've been only 4 runs. I mean, hence why we're talking about other stuff right now, because there's nothing happening. Literally nothing happening. They got a single just there.
Omar saying Saud Shakil bound to make his test debut next game. Not necessarily. Who's he going to come in for?
Yeah, gotta wait until the second inning, see which batsmen step up and which don't perform. Then probably.
What about asking Saud to open instead of Abid? If Abid fails again,
Nah. It'd be unfair on making a middle order batsman open up.
Azhar could open and Shakil could come in maybe.
Yeah. But I think Abid here, I know we are discussing Abid right now, and his recent form hasn't been great, but he still averages 45 right now in Test cricket.
Yeah, that's because he runs against Bangladesh and Sri Lanka, bro.
Yeah, that is true. He deserves this whole series, and then we'll evaluate at the end of it.
Yeah, he's still got innings left. You could come out and win the game for us, who knows? Let's see.
At the moment, he's Yasser just floating the ball now. He's giving it a bit more air.
You know, even in domestic, he's been poor. So let me read you all of Abid's stats. This is all the games he's played since October, yeah? It is T20s, ODIs, first class, and tests, yeah? 56, 36, 19, 5, 21, 22, 6, 10, 7, 1, 25, duck, 25, 26.
Not good hearing that is. What was that since October?
There's every match he's played since October last year. 56, 36, 19, 5, 21, 22, 6, 10, 7, 1, 25, duck, 25, 26, and now a duck or whatever he got here.
Yeah, it's not a good look, man.
What's the pattern? Come on.
Loads of starts. And did we discuss this in like the New Zealand series when we were doing the Watchalong, and we were saying that he does this quite a bit, yeah, that he looks good here until a certain point. He gets into the 20s and that's it.
Yeah. Numan's on now, though. I've been waiting for this. Come on, man. Who is that replacement opener in the squad if we need to drop somebody? If we got another opener in the squad?
No,
we don't have it. It's Shaudan Cameron Gullam.
Yeah, Cameron Ghulam's no longer in the squad.
Oh, is he no longer?
Well, they're still in the bubble, so they can easily be integrated again. But we went for the 7. He could be added for the next test. But for this test, yeah, the 17 we went for, he got excluded out of that. We'll just check out Noman's bowling for a couple of balls, just see. Markham just coming with front foot, blocking it away.
Hamza, what's your opinion on me and Imi were discussing it before of players like Numan coming into the Pakistan side late into the careers? Are you like fond of that? What's your opinion on that?
Yeah, nothing wrong with picking someone just for a season. You know, you don't need to sort of have like a 10-year plan for everyone.
Exactly, yeah.
Certain players you can have a plan like that, but certain players you can just be like, well, they might be good for a couple of home seasons and that's it. So yeah, definitely, Noman's done well in domestic for quite a while now, so it makes sense.
You look at all our spinners in the last 10 to 12, 13 years, starting from Sajmal, then you've got Abdul Rahman, you've got Zulfikar Babar, now you've got Noman, you even Yasser. A lot of them have started, 10 to 12 years ago. But you look at all our spinners in the last 10 to 12, 13 years, starting from Sajmal, then you've got Abdul Rahman, you've got Zulfikar Babar, now you've got Noman, you even Yasser. A lot of them have started, 10 to 12 years ago. late 20s or in their 30s.
Why do you think that's happening? It's a bit of a crazy one, that is. When you think about it, it does actually go back to the Ujmal days where they start late into their careers. It's quite crazy.
Maybe they just weren't that good earlier on.
Could be that.
Yeah, I personally would probably pick Sajid, just have a right armor, and then get the ball turning away. So you have someone turning it away from the left-handers. Then you got Yasser turning it away from the right-hander. But no one's done all right.
Yeah, yes.
I'd be tempted to play Tabish for the second one. I don't like Hassan. He just doesn't. I don't know. Doesn't fill me with confidence right now. At least Tabish is like a orthodox outswing bowler with the new ball. I think he'd control it better than Hassan has, but obviously Hassan offers more in the field and with the bat as well. So I don't know.
Almost 100 balls since the last boundary. Damn. You see the wicket to make the most of it.
Their partnership, 21 off 107. So they're just proper grinding it right now. Proper grinding it.
They're doing a De Villiers. Remember that De Villiers innings from whatever it was years ago against South Africa where he batted for 200 balls and got 20 runs? Who was that against? Remember?
Australia, I think it was.
Pretty sure it was Australia. Yeah, but batted for like 200 balls for 20 runs, not out.
Oh my word!
I bowled him. Come on, more of that.
That's what I was just saying. When you're just staying there, not really looking to move along at least a little bit, there's going to be a ball with your name written on there, and that nearly was. Oh my word! Had that miss.
Ooh,
It's getting low.
Very low. Oh, fielding. What are you doing?
Yeah, we still got a bat on this.
I was 2 balls in a row when something happened.
That's so low. It's not a good sign for us.
I'll take it right now, though.
Yeah, 100%.
Getting them out in the next 120 odd runs. I'll take it. I said bowling at 59 miles per hour. It's a little bit too quick. Oh, that's better.
I'll stop.
He gets a lot of. Thing is, people talk about he bowls too fast sometimes. Against a slightly weaker batsman against spin, his quicker ball gets them all the time though. When they're playing on the back foot, LBW and bowled, so that's why he pushes it through. I think it's when he's bowling against better batsmen.
Yes!
Oh no!
Yes, Bob has dropped it. He's dropped it.
I don't say he dropped it, man.
Yes, that's definitely carried. You can see from the reaction. It's definitely carried.
Come on, Barbara, you dud.
Who's got him in the team?
Oh man, that was the one.
That's what all that work was for. Is building up for that.
Go on, show us a replay.
They're going to show it because it's probably gone to advert in Pakistan.
Yeah, they're already saying at the bottom. Dropped on 27. Oh. Here we go.
Just see it now.
That's really poor.
Should have been taken, man.
Markham goes for the big drive, outside edge. Barber's right. Failed to catch.
Should be taken. I mean, it's not exactly the easy catch, but you should be taking it.
Yeah. spun a lot that did as well.
This is where we miss like Eunice because he was so good in the slips generally.
Hopefully, it doesn't make us pay for it.
That was the one, man. That was the one. That was the one we were going to get one and steamroll them. The old feeding frenzy.
It's the ones where they give them the ball a bit more air, just reduce the pace, giving it a bit more air, is where they've made things happen.
Ah, that's disappointing.
So Van Dusen facing Noman.
Oh. Fielding, man. Catching. Will never change, will it?
We had a golden era, or golden little part, yeah, in the first innings.
Yeah.
One session, we got so excited that yes.
That's how you know we get excited over 1 or 2 run outs. That's when you know.
Yeah, but it just it just gets us excited. It gets us pumped up. Yeah, wow, what's actually happened there? Massive era.
Come on, Yasser.
Yasser's literally bowled the whole session out. Got 20 minutes to go.
Yeah, yes.
He started at the start of this session. He's still going. Such a shame, though, isn't it? When you look at the ground and you think like, there's no fans. So after all these years, of like not having international cricket, and they were still in that position where because of COVID, we can't have fans there.
Yeah, that is very annoying, especially for the people. They in Karachi, they'll probably be waiting all this time to go, but they're not because of COVID. Hopefully, our games go ahead here in England. Who knows yet? Who knows?
I mean, not to put a dampener on it, but I think the chances are quite low.
What crowds being allowed in?
Yeah.
Yeah. No, they're definitely not. I don't think for this whole year.
Yeah, we book all the tickets and everything, but I mean, like the hopes are quite low and that's their boundary that they've like near enough 100 balls later.
After the drop catch, of course, it had to happen. Come on, boys, keep going, man. I'm still trailing.
Just rocked back and just punched it through. Maybe I need to go downstairs after this and the wickets might start falling. Change TVs. Change the TV.
Put it back in your room. My work.
I'm worried about the screws. The amount of times I've taken it off the wood hanger. Yeah, those screws are gonna finally say, "What are you playing at?"
Why did it take a while to take it off? Was it simple?
No, just four screws. Just four screws. Just undo them and then walk off.
Oh, okay.
Because the wall mount stays there. It's just the plate where the TV's attached. Just keep taking that off and walking off with it. Eventually, I'll do something silly, end up breaking it or something.
Yeah, be careful.
Putting it back is harder because I'm trying to hold the TV and then.
How big's the TV?
It's quite small. 36, I think. 38 inches. It's not the biggest.
Oh, okay.
How many overs to a tea?
We got 15, 16 minutes. So, whatever they get in that. They're just showing that I do not know because I can't hear the comments.
That's what I'm trying to think. Why is the correlation? Doesn't make sense.
Why were they showing England versus India playing in India with completely different scorecard? I mean, like I saw the first team getting 400 just there. I didn't even look at the rest. Like, what's like got to do with what's happening here? Here we go. 327 to 413, 142 and 58 for no wicket. England win by 10 wickets. A 2012 second test at Mumbai. Why? And Pujara was playing. Pujara was playing in 2012. Wow.
Yeah, he's been going on it for years, man.
I thought it was later than that, though.
Yeah.
It was later than
that. They ever got another tour coming up, innit? England, India.
Yeah. I don't know what channel that's on in the UK. Absolutely no.
It's going to be Sky Sports.
No, they haven't got the rights for it.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. The BCCI refused to sell it to them.
Why was that? Because of financial reasons, probably. I don't know.
No, it's not financial. I think it's because Sky had this thing here that if we buy, basically, they wanted people like Affers and Nas to be there in the commentary team, and BCCI said no, we don't want them here.
Wow.
So Sky haven't got it. There was, I don't know, I read something the other day that Disney Plus might be showing. I'm like, shut up, man! It can't be Disney Plus. It's got to be a joke.
Why, you being serious? Someone said that?
I actually read it somewhere.
Wow. Nah, it can't be. No way.
It can't be Disney.
No way. It's probably BT then, I'm guessing.
They'll end up selling the rights to someone.
Too big a
series not to. Even if they end up putting their own, like something like one of the Indian channels, they'll end up selling it to someone.
Imagine all the gore turning on the Indian channels.
Yeah. At the break here, every over they end up seeing like
Zong.
Women dancing, getting near a tree. Come on, Yasser.
We need one before tea, man. 15 minutes. Come on.
Oh my word, man! You've got the expansive drive out.
Yeah, the T10's on Sky as well, isn't it? That's interesting. I never thought Sky would show that.
Is that on Sky?
Yeah, Sky Sports, wow. T10. I'm sure that's what I read.
Wow.
I think of Sky, they're losing a lot of rights these days to BT and whatnot.
Oh, yeah, because it's straight after this, the Abu Dhabi T10 live from 1 o'clock.
I'm not really be happy. Yeah, it's on Sky Sports. I just double checked.
Just Such a shame that drop catch.
It's the fact that you keep thinking about it in your head. That's when you know.
How much is that going to cost?
Mm.
Yeah.
I've never seen him as a great catcher, Barber. Like a slipper and that.
Not as a slip field, I haven't really seen him as much, but normally in that field, he's pretty decent.
Yeah, but Imran Butt is supposed to be a specialist
Oh, is he?
slip catcher.
Mm.
It's one I haven't. I think Bob is probably only there because he wants to see the action more closely because of DRS and everything.
Yeah. That's why.
Them days are like, your captain standing in the covers, long gone because he's got to be more involved in the game. Not again, man. What do you think of the 100 tournament the ECB is working on? Well, we would have known more if COVID never hit last year and there was actually games. So let's see in the forthcoming season what happens.
I was interested in going to some of the games as well, because I remember some of our players got picked as well, and I was thinking take a go with the family or something. But obviously, COVID has hit, so
I don't think the attention was that great on it. A lot of
mm,
people never bought onto it. But then, like, sometimes close to the tournament, people think, okay, let me give this a go.
mm,
And if it was good, then more people book. But we did have the ECB contacting us, in regards of like attending games, and they were willing to saying you can choose your games and how many tickets you need. So I think they were like basically for free. But then COVID hit, and we basically never heard back after that. So that was that. And obviously the tournament got cancelled. So
mm.
but yeah, it's just trying to build attention towards it because people don't like change.
Yeah, that's what it is.
I don't like it.
I don't like the concept. I think it's too
Oh,
confusing.
It's just,
It's too confusing.
I don't know, but it's just like I don't get it. You've got 2020 already. You just want to take 20 balls off and just say 100. It's just a marketing gimmick.
And it's like
Next they're gonna have the 50. 50. You got 50 balls to get as many as you can. It's stupid.
well, they're already doing the 10 over games, isn't it?
Yeah.
60 balls.
Yeah, they're 60.
It probably will happen.
Yeah.
Like all these leagues, T10, 100 ball. Imagine in 5-6 years, what's next? Could be
Yeah, got 10 different formats. I mean, already and it's like a little bit of a struggle explaining to my son, because like he struggles to now, even at 8 years old, he's struggling to understand why some games last 5 days, some last a whole day, and some finish straight away. So like I'm taking him to like his third game. He went to 2 games in 2019. Taking him to his third game if it goes ahead at Headingley this year. And he actually asked me the question. He went, "Dad, is this the really long one, or is this the all day one?" I went, "No, this is the shorter one." He goes, "Oh, the one like we went to Cardiff." So you realize that it's a 20 over one that finishes quite quickly. But then, like, it's confusing for a child. How do they develop their knowledge? Because it's too much for them to gather. And you're getting more and more. You're getting more and more people on social media quite a bit. They'll probably be watching this right now from New Zealand and saying, "This is boring." They don't know what they're doing because they're just used to T20 slugfests.
Yeah. I'm not a huge fan of going below 20 overs. 2020 is as short as it should be. Oh, it's just a joke.
I mean, at first, I wasn't a fan of T20 cricket, but it's caught on, and everyone's caught on to it. Right?
Yeah, T20 is it's brought a lot of money into the game.
It's a lot of money, and it is good entertainment. So let's be fair. But then, what does reducing 20 balls off it that achieve.
But you can call it 100, isn't it? That's all it is.
Yeah, it's like I can't remember exactly how it was now. But like 6 ball overs, and the last over is like a 10 ball over, but 2 different people can bowl. Like what? It's just, why are you confusing the game even more than the way it really is? You have people who are like proper cricket fans standing there thinking, "I've lost track of this. So what's actually happening?"
You know, I wouldn't be surprised. Like in 10, 15 years, whatever, we see like a T10 international kind of thing when you go to international team, because
I
the way cricket develops, it's crazy, man.
wish not though, because
Yeah, same.
you're basically you're taking cricket away from like, traditional values, and all you're asking is players to be more like just like, and it's cricket's not all about sixes and fours and everything. It's not just all about that, and bowlers are not bowling machines.
And the generations growing up now, like say for example, in 5, 6 years, they won't like Test cricket. You know what I mean? They'll be more into these domestic league, T20, T10, whatever it is. I feel like, especially in the next generation, Test cricket they won't enjoy as much. Even now, these days, like some lads my age, they ask me. I think I mentioned it before. Some of them say to me, "Oh, when Pakistan play next," and tell them, "Okay, we got this match coming up." Then they ask the question, "Is it Test or T20?" I said Test, and they don't seem interested in it. So it'll be interesting to see how the next couple of years how Test cricket is as well.
Yeah, one of the ways they could easily make 2020s a bit more even and less batting friendly is just allow the fielding side to nominate 1 or 2 bowlers that can bowl 5 overs instead of 4. It's an easy way to do it. So in that way, you can choose, like, I don't know, like if you're Pakistan, you can say we're going to give Afridi an extra over, so he can be one of the 5, and then I don't know, Shadab or something like that. Or you can choose it as you go along. You don't have to nominate them. You can just say to the umpire, "Yep, Afridi's going to have a fifth over." So in that way, your 5th bowler isn't as important. Do you know what I mean? It just evens it out a bit. It's an easy way to sort of strike a balance, but I don't know. People don't think like that.
Yeah. Well, batsman doesn't have a restricted time that he can bat, so there's an argument that bowlers should be allowed to bowl more as well. But I think with ODI cricket, 10 overs is fine. With T20, maybe that is a consideration. Maybe they can bowl, allow to bowl a maximum of 5. So if you want only use, you can use only 4 bowlers.
Yeah, it's just something like that. It puts it back a little bit more even. And also, the thing is, if you think about it, one of the reasons why bowlers don't get as much money as batsmen is because the batsman can, in a 2020, for example, can bat for the whole 20 overs if they want, whereas a bowler.
Look at the guy. Look at the guy.
What?
With the jar. He's acting like he's enjoying the jar. It's always empty. There's nothing in there.
Oh,
Who are these people that be there? I don't understand.
It's their sponsors.
The sponsors, aren't they?
Double chai or whatever.
Is that this? There's nothing in there. And how do you drink tea like that? Who drinks tea like this? just sip after a sip, like, yeah.
Maybe they drink it like that when the camera's
or
on.
something. Like you have water or something. You know, no one drinks tea like that. Come on, Naman. So we've got 3 minutes to go. So we probably got this over and maybe. Well, I think they'll probably get Yasser's over in as well. But it looks like South Africa's session because
Yeah,
they've only lost
100%.
1. 2.
If you do go into a T with 1 wicket down, how would you feel about it personally?
That's a good session for South Africa.
Yeah.
Yeah. Just
doesn't matter how slow they batted.
Mm.
They've ate up into the lead, and they've ate up into time into the game as well.
You got 2 full days as well, so they're gonna take the time if they have to.
The longer they bat, well, it basically means that we've got a bat, later on where there's more wear and tear on this pitch.
Mm.
One's got another 2 balls to go, and there's a couple of minutes left before tea. I think we'll probably get another over in. And that will be us done as well for the day until tomorrow when someone takes over. I think it's Doc in the morning. I think it is.
Oh, direct? No, nah.
Direct, but he's in. We're gonna go upstairs.
At least we hit the stumps.
That might actually mean this is the last over before tea.
Oh yeah.
I was getting it up here.
He's taking his gloves off as well. He knows what he's doing.
And Markham really wants to go up. He's like, yeah, bruv.
Go on, move on.
Yeah, he's in. He's well in. That's the overbold.
They still got a minute. They should. What's it called? Ball the next one.
Oh, my salam, guys. See you tomorrow, inshallah.
Walaikum salam.
Yeah, good luck with your lessons.
Nah, they're going off.
Yeah, they just walked. They said, oh, we're not interested.
Beat South Africa. We don't want extra over.
Yeah, South African session, unfortunately, man. Just the 1 wicket.
I mean,
One drop.
that's just they only got 40. They only got 47 runs in this session in 30 overs.
Baba just dropped the series.
Don't say that, man.
That's the difference, isn't it? But actually, you think 2 for 47 in that session, we'll take that.
Yeah, South Africa will be delighted.
1 for 47, South Africa will be delighted with that.
Yeah. But I got to run off in me.
Yep, no problems.
Yeah.
See you tomorrow.
See that, brother. See you later.
Take care, bro. Yeah, take care, Hamza.
That's that. I think that's us done as well. Thank you for joining.
Yeah, thanks, man.
Appreciate it.
Me on.
Are you on as well tomorrow?
Yeah, I'm off work tomorrow, so I'm on tomorrow as well.
Okay. I'll join you the second session. Like today. I'll probably watch the first session and then fall asleep and then wake up again. Like today. That's that.
Take your TV downstairs as well for some good luck later on.
But I'm gonna go and watch it on the main TV now because I've got the mini box upstairs. Sky Q Mini, and I've got the normal box downstairs. So I'm gonna go downstairs now and start do homeschooling. Okay, so I'm gonna do it at Oma.
Yeah, same here. I've got the mini here and the main one downstairs. These little boxes are good, ain't they? You can just put them anywhere in. Really good, man.
Anywhere in the house, and the best thing about them is just plug and go. So if you've got two in the house here, just unplug it and take it to another room.
100%. 100%. Yeah, they're very ready, man.
We've only got it in my bedroom, so just my bedroom. But I mean, at 5 o'clock in the morning is probably not the one to be shouting at your bedroom. Yeah, when everyone's sleeping.
I agree, man.
Chalo. Inshallah, thank you for joining.
Thanks to you
for watching. And as we always say at the end, Pakistan.